Stand the brave Pernell and taught them well and truly persecuted. Where are the stares and jeers that you proudly let us hear when our heroes of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Show your wife how you won medals up in Derry. You murdered 16 men and you'll do the same again. So get out of here and take your bloody army. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Oh, come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Tuesday stream. How are we all doing? I'm here, you're here. The only thing that leaves is content. So, let's get started. It is once again too warm for the green screen, so you are greeted with the wonderful presence of the bi flag. And my dulcet tones, as per usual. I think I look quite good in this light as well. It's got like the two-tone, got like the shadow here and the light here. And I can even switch it up as well. Should we see what it looks like? See what it looks like. That one off. Fucking dark as fuck, mate. And then if you put that one on. I mean, because that's at a different angle, it looks like shit. You could see how like meticulously I've angled these lights, because if you look like at the bit of my face that is lit here, it's exactly the bit that isn't lit. If literally, it's literally the same. Anyway, meticulously designed this setup for you chatters, literally, not for me. Who am I kidding? It is definitely for me. How is it going, everyone? It's good to see you. Nada161, hello. Shafiq, your presence is very exciting. It is. It genuinely is. And Femboy Echo, hello. And also One Who Reads, good to see you. How are you all doing? How was your day? Again, apologies for yesterday, chat. I think you all understand why it's important for me to, like, be extra cautious surround, like, feeling tired. It's weird. Like I really like, I can't explain it to people. I think the only way that you would properly understand it is if you've experienced any kind of like fatigue-based sickness yourself. But essentially, the way that I can describe it is a couple of weeks ago. Well, a few weeks ago now, when I was really like still having like fatigue, like I was in the pits. It would be like I would wake up and I would still be tired, right? And I would not get any more energy throughout the day, really. And then if I did too much, it would make me really tired really quickly, and I would get this horrible feeling in my head, mostly concentrated on the right side of my head. I don't know why, but mostly concentrated on my right, your left-hand side of my head. Yeah. It's just weird how I get this like horrible fever, and that was awful. But I've been getting some like pretty bad sleep, to be honest. I've been getting some pretty bad sleep, so I have been feeling like normally tired, right? Totally, avoiding a relapse of post-viral syndrome is so important. Yeah, absolutely, right? Absolutely. I don't want to go back there. I don't want to go back to that place. I really don't, As someone with a chronic fatigue and a day job, I know those symptoms entirely too well. Yeah, sending you so much love and solidarity, Femboy Echo. Like, it's just so debilitating, and you just don't realize what people with fatigue are fucking going through until you experience it yourself. Just like being tired, that feeling. If you really want to try and like put yourself in the boots of what that's like, I could only say the next time you get sick, when you wake up immediately, like that period when you like first wake up and you're feeling like awful, it's just that for like the whole day. It's vile. And then for weeks, just for weeks and weeks. So yeah, very shit. But I am very luckily, thanks to the wonderful Shafiq and their friends who've advised me, and also big shout out to Scottish Geek, aka Katie, because she gave me a lot of advice, because she'd also had post-viral syndrome, post-viral fatigue. Yeah, I really appreciate all the advice, because I'm coming out the other end of it. But yeah, I was just feeling a bit extra tired yesterday, and I just didn't want to push it any further, so I just went ahead and laid down, basically. But maybe it's because I went to the gym on Friday, but that doesn't quite make sense, because the day after the gym I felt completely fine. Like, I didn't feel like ill or tired or anything on the day after, and then the day after that I didn't feel tired either. I was able to do like a bunch of stuff, actually. And then yesterday it was just, yeah, I don't know. It might have been the combination of like having been to the gym and also all the other stuff that I did on Sunday. So it was probably that, because I repotted all my plants and I did the laundry and I made some food and all that stuff. So it's probably a combination of all that. You know. And I was also like running about town doing a couple of errands and stuff. So yeah, it's got to be something to do with that. But I feel fine, you know. It can sneak up on you later, especially if you have several busy days in a row. Yep, for sure. How warm was it? Oh, it's been fucking warm as fuck. Hey, Plink, how's it going? It can have multiple triggers, and yeah, if you've done a lot of stuff over a few days, it'll catch up with you. Yeah, that's what it's gonna have been. Yeah, that's what it's gonna have done. But I'm much better today, and yeah, it's so yeah, it's. I think I've escaped to like getting some kind of you know, permanent damage. I think I probably have sustained some kind of permanent damage that I'm not quite aware of yet, because I'm pretty certain that it was COVID and then like turned into long COVID, which we're just going to see more and more people get. It's really, really horrible, because obviously like people are getting COVID now and then their bosses are forcing them back to fucking work. And that means that they won't recover properly, and then in not recovering properly, they'll get all sorts of disabilities, and you know, it's just gonna happen more and more and more. Leftists will just be forced to be more inclusive of disabled people, because eventually the majority of them will be disabled. And I know I'm laughing, but you know, it's kind of like a sick justice. But anyway, I don't wish that stuff on people. In an ideal world, we would be a lot more inclusive of our disabled comrades without that having to happen. You know what I mean? But oh yeah, and of course, if people like get COVID and go back into work, it'll spread it to everyone else as well. Yes, exactly. There are so many people that I know at the minute who've got COVID, like from Pride and other stuff as well. It's just like, oh god, it's so bad, so bad, chat. Like I'm utterly convinced that there is going to be like a new strain of COVID that just fucking murks people off rapid, and only then are people going to be like, oh fuck, we got to sort this out, you know. So I think it's going to be something to do with I think there's going to be something like that happening, unfortunately. Anyway, enough about that stuff. I'm feeling better today. I've got a whole stream planned out for you. It's planned out for you. Got loads of stuff. Yesterday I came online, didn't even know what I was doing. Absurd, ridiculous, you know, childish even. The WHO recently stated that 10% of COVID infections cause permanent disability. Oh yeah, absolutely. And repeated infections can cause strokes and other stuff, heart attacks, all that kind of stuff. Very, 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 very bad. Please, if you're watching this on the VOD channel, if you're watching this live right now, please look after yourselves. Please. Just imagine that COVID is like still as bad as it was a couple of years ago, because it kind of is. You know, it kind of is. Like, just because you've got a vaccine doesn't mean that, you know, it's going to be entirely preventative of this stuff. So, anyway. What was I saying? I was saying something else then. Oh, I'm very excited, chat. I'm very excited because for the first time ever yesterday, you might have heard all the queers, right, in your area talking about smoking lavender, right? I have no idea about this. I don't think there's any, like, sort of, like, recreational benefits to this, but people are using it instead of tobacco to put in their spliffs and stuff like that. Obviously, I don't do drugs, chat, because that would be illegal and wrong, so I didn't smoke it with drugs, but I did smoke lavender itself. And that was quite interesting, and I'm very interested to, like, try it out in my vape that I have, because I have, like, a vape that I normally do, like, CBD in, and I think it'd be really cool to, like, put some lavender in there. I also heard that you could do this with chamomile. You can apparently smoke chamomile, and that apparently does have a medicinal effect, which kind of makes sense, because if you think about it, it will probably release the same chemicals that it does when you put in a tea, when you burn it. So, you know, and I'm not telling anyone to go out there and smoke chamomile. I don't know, maybe if you smoke cigs, do you know what I mean? Yeah, vaping lavender might be really good for you. Yeah, you know, because it's good for sleep, right? And also chamomile as well. So I'm planning on what I've done, chat, today. Because I saw this on TikTok. I'm not sure if it's... in fact, that's just reminded me that Catgirl Steph is in the chat, and I forgot to say hi to her because I'm always interested to hear what she says about my garden and stuff. But I saw on TikTok recently that you could just get a chamomile tea bag and empty it out into some compost, and it'll grow. So, you know, mad. So I'm trying that. I've done that today. I'm also desperately trying to grow a lemon tree because apparently lemon trees are like really hardy and give off a lot of fruit. Obviously not in like the first year that you have them or anything because they're trees and they take like a good couple of years to grow. But yeah, I'm very excited to like try growing a lemon tree, try growing some chamomile, and I'm definitely going to try and grow some lavender as well. Because I think lavender is like really fucking easy to grow because it's technically, they haven't really refined lavender to make it like a monoculture crop. It's still kind of wild-ish. Like it's not too genetically modified by humans, as it were. So yeah, really excited to try and grow lavender. I think it's going to be pretty easy. Only been legal in Oregon for 9 years, and it already sounds weird to hear people talk about illegal. Yeah, it's fucked. It's a plant that grows in the ground. You know, my stance on drugs is the you know, what do they call it? Decriminalization and the other bit, there's two bits of it, isn't there? Just make it not illegal to have or sell or anything like that. It's just so silly. Yeah, it's about harm reduction, right? It's about turning a, you know, public health crisis, which is what it is, into a healthcare issue rather than, you know, trying to criminalize it and put people in prison for fucking years and years and years. I mean, it all feeds into the same system, right? You know, prisons want to have more people in them so they can get more free labor, etc., etc. So keep these things illegal so you can put people away. Blah, blah, blah. Vile. Just absolutely vile. So yeah. But that's my stance. That's my stance on drugs. Legalization is step 2. Decriminalization will make it a gray area. Right. Decriminalize it and legalize it. All of it. Yeah? All of it. I don't care what kind of drug it is. Just all of it. You know? Because when people talk about like the bad, like quote unquote, the bad drugs, right? Like crack, heroin, 9 times out of 10, the reason that people get into those drugs is either through like coercion from a dealer who will take advantage of vulnerable people and end up, you know, basically using that to their profit, which of course is enabled by the black market, etc. But also it's because they get shortages of other drugs that they enjoy. Huge problem in the UK is people becoming addicted to ketamine and then during a drought basically becoming addicted to heroin instead because it's like a similar high. Do you know what I mean? Like heroin and crack are like, you know, two of the most intense versions. So it's like the most intense upper, the most intense downer kind of thing. Although it's not really a downer. It's not technically a downer. It's an opiate, right? Legalization means government regulation, which I'm not so keen on. Well, you know, yeah, it's one of those things. You gotta think about like, you know, what we could possibly get, and how to, if it gets legalized and decriminalized, then there is a possibility for, you know, so much other stuff to sort of like happen in terms of like beneficial. You know, I don't know, beneficial harm. Yeah, harm reduction. Yeah, beneficial harm reduction. Finding out beneficial properties of weed, like the medicinal cannabis research that's happened because of decriminalization, legalization in various states. Very, very good. Very, very progressive. Buzzing. Great stuff. You know, same thing with magic mushrooms. Very important. Where were magic mushrooms recently decriminalized? Was it in Oregon as well? You know? Might be a good thing, it might not. I think overall it'd be a good thing because of harm reduction. I agree with one who reads for sure. For sure. Anyway, we got a bit derailed there, but it's a good topic, you know? It's a real good topic. You know what? Maybe I'll just Google that. Magic mushrooms legal. Oh, Colorado. That's right, Colorado. People are allowed to grow and consume psilocybin and psilocybin mushrooms and their derivatives, as well as have ibogaine, mescaline, and DMT for personal use. What? You can have DMT for personal use in Colorado? Get an ibogaine? Ibogaine is a powerful psychedelic, chat. The law does not cover LSD, which remains fully criminalized. I'm not so bothered about that, because LSD is kind of like a thing that people created just as an experiment, right? Whereas like psilocybin mushrooms, you know, they're legitimately like a thing that grows in the ground. And I think that's pretty cool. Hello, Middle-earth Marxist. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. What's going on? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. So yeah, I got a bunch of stuff for you all on the stream today. I'll give you a quick rundown of what we're going to be watching today, what I'm going to be reacting to. So we got Big Amy, big news. Oh, there is not transphobia or misogyny in this one particular bit. That's for a bit that's coming later. Imperialism and violence is the content warning. As always with Big Amy and the big news. We got some Owen Jones videos. So we got Tories in total meltdown, and we got Don't Let Her Get Away With This about Theresa May trying to rehabilitate her image, all the horrible things that she did as the Home Secretary and the Prime Minister of the UK. Then we got Cavanacle, big old Cav, lovely Cav, talking about that guy that I was talking about yesterday. Yeah, you know, this guy who said fucking pronouns. So you know, it's going to be a bit of vile stuff going on in there. But then we're going to check out Samantha Lux, her take on the chess stuff. This video came out today, so I want to just like, you know, refresh everybody's minds just about how absurd it is. Because I think when I last spoke about it, I only just kind of like spoke about it very briefly. Can't remember if we watched a video about it. But anyway, never mind. We're going to check out Samantha Lux's take on it, and then it will be a bit more solidified. Then we're going to watch some candy, because if we get through all that, I think it'll be really nice for us to check out some food, some comedy, some lemon stuff, because I'm obsessed with lemons and I want to grow a lemon tree right now, and some permaculture stuff. Village goes organic and gets rich. How good's that, chat? And also some bridges from SciShow, because I just kind of want to check out some SciShow. So that's that. So that's what we've got going on the stream today. Catgirl Steph says, I used to say if drugs were legalized, it would set a standard of quality for them and they could be taxed as a luxury with the proceeds going to the NHS. But given that the Tories have done to it recently, I doubt they bother. Oh no, yeah, definitely not. Yeah, definitely not. That would only happen under a socialist government. A government that actually cared about people rather than profits. We're going to be learning a lot about what the Tories are up to in a minute, once we're done with Big Amy and the big news. Because there is like so much stuff, right? So much stuff. Apparently there are like a bunch of people who are getting like £1 million payouts to you know, to various like redundancies of cabinet ministers and shit. And it's just a joke. It's an absolute joke. People are talking about doing a vote of no confidence in Rishi Sunak. And it's like, well, to be honest, he's the best of what you've had for years in terms of like, I don't know, public image, I would say, probably. And it just kind of goes to show that the Tories just don't really give a shit. They're just like, yeah, fuck it, just get him out, have another one. Absurd. Completely absurd. Fighter jet! 55 months. Thank you so much for the 55 months, dude. How are you doing? How are you doing, Fight Jet? It's good to see you. Yeah, it's been a minute. It's time for a new Tory PM. That's right. Wonny Reed says, I hear the lemon tree is very pretty and the lemon flower is sweet. However, it is rumored that the fruit of the poor lemon is impossible to eat. Well, yeah, it's quite sour, isn't it? I don't know. What do you mean? I don't know. I think I know what you're on about. I think you're talking about people who have like grown their own lemon trees, and then it's turned out that the fruit hasn't been as nice. It's an old folk song. Oh, okay. Well, it had nothing to do with the actual fact. But anyway, the hey, Blue Vixen, how's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you. Eat the rich lemons, not the poor ones. Hello, it's me, Crystal. Oh my God, everyone's popping in now. How are we all doing? Great to see you. Great to see you. So I have heard that it's hard to grow lemon trees. I have. You're just having a laugh. Fair enough. Fair enough. What I have heard is that some lemon trees will produce like fruit that is like less than what the parent tree was like. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be planting like several lemon trees. So I've got like 4 lemons in the pantry, the kitchen. I don't have a pantry. Imagine if I had a pantry. That would be so posh. That would be ridiculous. Anyway, got some lemons in there, and I'm going to be planting all of the seeds in one pot to get them seedling, and then hopefully it'll be very, very good. Listen, chat, like I've been dying to show you this. So just give me a second, right? I'll let you have a little bit of a plant update, yeah? The tiniest plant update, the tiniest one, yeah? Is the green screen on? That's the question. Because I want you all to be able to see. Yeah, let's turn off that chroma key. Okay. Look at it, chat. My little pot of dreams. So, does anyone know? Can anyone tell what these seedlings are? I'll be very impressed if you can. Some of them are quite obvious, but others are not so obvious. But I'm very excited about these. Little fellas. Beetroot, correct. That's 1 point for one who reads. No sprouts, no tomatoes. Hello, Muhanga. Welcome. Radish or beets? Yep, it's beets. Yep. Lettuce. Shafiq, 1 point for Shafiq. There's some lettuce in there. Does anyone know what the tiny ones? They're not Pikmin, although it would be good to be growing Pikmin, wouldn't it? You see those tiny ones, chat? What do you reckon they are? Hang on, let's give you all a better look. I think there's a better one to look at there. You just see it there. Edge on. Not crest, no. I'll give you a clue. It's something that you tell on your clock. My housemate grows stuff and he guessed beetroot. Yeah, one of them is beetroot. Although a bit late, so no points for your housemate. But hello, Mark Salmons. Welcome to the stream. It's time. That's right, Muhanga. Everyone got it. Everyone got it after the tip. So there you go. Little plant update for you. They're my special little guys. I love them very much. And I can't wait to see how they develop because I'm a fucking soft soil boy now. Can't believe it. To be honest, chat, I was always going to be a soft soil boy because my gran loves plants, and so does my mum, and so does my stepmum. In fact, my stepmum came round on Friday to drop off a bunch of veg that she's grown in her garden, and I had them. I had the lettuce and the tomatoes on a sandwich with bread that I baked myself, and it was the best fucking sandwich I've ever eaten in my fucking life. I'm telling you now, chat, it was incredible. Anyway, I missed some stuff in the chat because I was just telling everyone about my plants, but I do love my plants. I've actually got... I don't know if this is a good idea. Plant nerds in the chat can help with this. But basically, because of... I've been making lemon water. This is another reason why I want to grow lemon trees. Because imagine if you could just have your own lemon water. It'd be great. That's really good for you. But basically, because I've been growing lemons, what I've got is I've got my lemon peel with like a tiny bit of the flesh in it drying on the side because I want to turn it into mulch. Is that smart? And what I've also done as well is my stepmom helped me trim my tomato plant, my cherry tomato vine, yeah? And we took a bunch of the fucking branches off. And I heard that it has in it like a natural pesticide, but I also heard that that's not true. So what I did was I left them in some water over like 2 or 3 days, and I mashed it up in a mortar and pestle and shit. And it was dead weird because when I left it in the water regularly without mashing it up, the water turned like red. It was crazy. And then when I mashed it up in the mortar and pestle, it went more of like a brown greeny color. So anyway, even if it's not a pesticide, I've put that in my plants because I reckon like I've fed them with it basically because I imagine there's a bunch of nitrates and stuff in it. So I don't know if anyone knows about that stuff, but also I'm drying those leaves to turn into more mulch. And I don't even know if mulch is necessary, by the way, because I'm doing all this gardening indoors. I'm drying all those to turn them into mulch at the minute as well. So if anyone knows if that is like a good thing to do, let me know. If it's a bad thing to do, let me know. If you don't care, we'll just move on. Don't worry about it, because I am gushing about my plants now. And that is because, you know, I'm excited. I'm excited about my plants. Anyway, what did I miss? Hey, Death and Lovely Time. How you doing, Valerie? Good to see you. Little fellas. Yeah. You're a marine biologist. I did not know that about you, Blue Vixen. That's really cool. What's your favorite marine animal? Please don't say snails, because I hate them. My specialty is speaking whale and helping turtles, birds, and mammals not get entangled in fishing gear. That is really important. We do need to stop fishing in general, commercial fishing. It's really bad. Confero's here. Yes, said hi to you. Good job with plants. I've tried taking care of herb plants from grocery stores, and then they didn't survive past 8 months to a year. Yes, but that is because they are like designed to die, right? Did you do the thing where you like take them all out individually and plant them in their own pots, or did you keep it like all together in the same mashed up pot and stuff? Because that they do that on purpose so that people try to grow them and then go, oh no, I don't have green fingers. Oh, it's terrible. But actually, the reality is, it's very, very, very easy to grow stuff. There are some plants that are very delicate. Like, listen, do not get me wrong. I have actually, like, most of my plants, so my pepper plant and my jalapeno plant and my cherry tomato plant, I actually starved them for about 2 months because I had a fungal gnat problem. And they did not die. So it is actually, like, a lot easier to do planting than you might have thought so. So don't worry if you've had herbs from the shop and they've died on you, because, you know, they don't want people growing their own stuff at home. They want you to keep buying it from the shop, don't they? Our chives are growing like nobody's business. Fucking let's go. I don't know if you're in the Discord, Mark. I think you are, but yeah, I want to see that shit. I'm always interested in everybody's plants. All the community's plants. Thanks for the hydrate. I will. Careful with herbs from the shop. They often have pests like whitefly too. There you go. There you go. Something that I did not know. Something that I did not know. Anyway, chat, are you ready for a stream? It's Big Amy with the big news. Are you ready for it? Chat, as always, content warning for imperialism, violence. There is possible violence in this video. So I'm gonna try and make sure that we don't show any of that on stream, because obviously that's bad for Twitch. So I might be switching back and forward to this scene, and I'll have the subs of the video here so you can read them. Oh, Blue Vixen says the North Atlantic right whale, the most endangered large whale. Harp seals are a very close second. I love all seals, though. Hold up. Let me have a look. Yeah, orcas are really cool. Yeah. Yeah, anti-rich people as of late. Yeah, they very much are. They're very cool and very clever. Bottlenose dolphins are assholes. They are assholes. I have heard about the bottlenose dolphin. Yeah, not great guys, really. So North Atlantic right whale. Let's have a look at what that looks like. Oh yeah, I know these guys. I don't know them. I don't know any personally. I don't live anywhere near fucking water. I wish I did though. But yeah, check this out, chat. That's what they look like. Little cheeky fellas, aren't they? Look at that. They're so cute. I love whales, honestly. They're like one of the coolest animals around. They're so big and all they do is like eat krill or whatever, plankton and that, don't they? This isn't Big Amy, by the way, for anyone who's not familiar with the Democracy Now! Segments. This isn't Big Amy. But let's also look at harp seal. Oh, they are very cute. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. It's interesting that you were like, yeah, these mammals are my favorite. Rather than any like weird, kooky, under, the abyss kind of creature. But maybe that's not your area of specialty, which is fine. Hey, Johnny, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Everybody go follow Johnny. He's the top lad. These are the harp seals. Everybody knows these guys. Look at them. That's what they look like. You love cuttlefish? Cuttlefish are cool. Very, very, very cool. I agree. They're my favorite invertebrate. Well, I don't like many invertebrates. I think I have like molluscophobia or some shit. Because it's just, every time I see them, it's just like my brain just does not want to look at them. But as far as invertebrates go, cuttlefish, pretty cool. Pretty neat. Anyway, I would totally adopt a whale and name her Big Amy. Yeah, that would be good. Favorite fish are parrotfish and palefin dragonets. Okay, I gotta look at this palefin dragonet. I know what a parrotfish looks like. They eat like dead coral, don't they? Oh yeah, look at this motherfucker. Yeah, this is cool as shit. You know, when I was growing up, I wanted to be a marine biologist. Do you know? Did anyone know that? I bet nobody knew that. I wanted to be a vet, and then I wanted to be a marine biologist. And then I was like, oh no, I'm going to have to think of something a bit more, quote unquote, realistic. As my dad said. I really like dogfish and octopuses. Yeah, they are cool. Longhorn sculpins. They're like cat. They purr like cats. That is fucking cool. Hey Vord, how's it going? Yeah, it is warm. Solidarity to everyone dealing with the heat. Oh, I know this guy. I've seen like a couple videos about him. The Longhorn sculpin. He has something about him, doesn't he? I feel like he has like a huge mouth. Odnon, how is it going, my friend? Shafiq, can I get a shout out for Odnon, please? Everybody go follow Odnon. He is amazing. You love clownfish. That's fair enough. That's valid, dude. Completely valid. Clownfish are very interesting. They have mucus all over their bodies. They're very slimy. So they don't get stung by, whatchamacallits. The anemones that they hang out with. They're like friends. Anyway, chat. We're going in. We're going right in. We're going right into the politics section. Before I do, though, don't forget, everybody, this is my full-time job. Please, please, please consider subbing off Twitch. Means that I can pay my bills, means that I can pay my rent, means that I can get myself food and take myself and my partners out on dates. And yeah, that's that. So please consider doing that. It means that 100% of the money goes to me, your boy, Donkus, Jonkus, Monkus, and 50% of it doesn't go to the awful company, Twitch. They're very bad at what they do. They're very bad. They're bad at what they do. Many, many people, many such cases. So I like the tank sucker ones too. Yes. Anyway, listen, we're doing the news. We're getting in on the news, chat. Don't forget, it's only 10 minutes long, but there's going to be a lot of depressing stuff in this, so we got to get through it. We got to find out what's going on. Here we go.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace
Everyone say
Report.
hi, Amy.
I'm Amy Goodman. The Biden administration will, for the first time, send munitions containing depleted uranium to Ukraine, even though the weapons are radioactive and their use causes contamination that's hazardous to human health.
This is fucked,
Reuters
man.
reports the armor-piercing uranium munitions are part of a new military aid package for Ukraine set to be unveiled in the next week. This
Depleted uranium, chat. So we're talking like uranium that's been used, and then what do we do? As far as I'm aware, like I might not be right about this, but let's check this out. So depleted uranium, uranium with a lower content of the fissile isotope, right? So if we have a look. Let's take a quick look. Let's do some learning, chat. What is depleted uranium? While depleted uranium is used by the U.S. Department of Defense, contains 0.3% uranium or less, the less radioactive and non-fissile constitutes the main component of depleted uranium. Uses of depleted uranium take advantage of its very high density, 19.1 grams per cubic centimeter, 68.4% denser than lead. Civilian uses includes counterweights in aircraft radiation shielding and medical radiation therapy and industrial radiography equipment. So armor plating and armor piercing projectiles. That's the only reason that they're using this stuff. Right. Okay. Right. Most depleted uranium arises as a byproduct of the production of enriched uranium for use as fuel in nuclear reactors and in the manufacture of nuclear weapons. So this is what I wanted to just like confirm, because this is a way that the US government gets rid of such nuclear waste. This is like technically nuclear waste from, like it says here, using it as fuel in nuclear reactors. Well, not using it as fuel, but making enriched uranium. So it's a waste product. And they're like, oh, well, even though it has like, not that much uranium in it, it's still radioactive. You know what I mean? It's still incredibly damaging. It's going to be damaging to the fucking, to the environment in various ways. Like, the first thing that comes up here is part of a series on pollution. When you come up on Wikipedia. So if we have a little look here, like what are the kind of effects that it has on the environment? Let's take a little look. Legal status in weapons, moratorium, military use, anti-war activists, humanitarian law, uranium weapons. So there are a bunch of NGOs who want to ban uranium weapons. European moratorium for the use of depleted uranium. France and Britain, the only European states that are permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, have consistently rejected calls for a ban. Great. Love this country so much. Country back. What are the effects of it, chat? Like radiation, civilian applications? Yeah. Health considerations. Normal functioning of the kidney, brain, liver, heart, and numerous other systems can be affected by uranium exposure because uranium is a toxic metal. Although less toxic than other heavy metals such as arsenic and mercury, it's weakly radioactive, but persistently so because of its long half-life. The Agency for Toxic Substances Disease Registry states that to be exposed to radiation from uranium, you have to eat, drink, breathe it, or get it on your skin. If depleted uranium particles do enter an individual, the type of danger presented, toxic versus radiological, and the organ most likely to be affected depends on the solubility of the particles. So this is going to fuck people up. Even if they get all war is bad, chat, but I get like thinking in terms of like, okay, you might get hit with like a shell or something, it might blow up a tank, take it out of action, then boom, you get captured, you might survive the war, right? You'll definitely have PTSD, as pretty much every soldier does, but you'll at least survive the war. You might have some kind of a life after that. If you get a fucking armor-piercing shell in your tank and you're lucky enough that it like fucking misses the engine, misses any of the stuff that's going to make it explode or whatever, and somehow there's like air in there, because I think like the way that like armor piercing tank shells work is they like pierce the tank and then all the air gets sucked out because it gets decompressed real quick, so you just get turned into mush, like the submarine, the billionaire submarine or something. But anyway, even if you manage to somehow escape all that, you might get fucking radiation poisoning. So who knows? Who fucking knows? Anyway, it just seems bad. All of it seems bad. And that's the end of it.
Follows a previous decision by the Biden administration to arm Ukraine with cluster munitions, which have been banned by an international treaty ratified by more than 110 countries.
Biological warfare violating the Geneva Convention. Yeah. What about shells lying in the field somewhere, touching the soil? Oh yeah, that will affect crops as well. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Completely. It will affect everything that it touches. Certainly.
This week, a new report by the Cluster Munition Coalition found 916 deaths and injuries from cluster bombs in Ukraine last year.
Okay, so I don't know what cluster munitions are, chat, so let's do another little Google. Cluster munitions. Is this like something that explodes in the sky and then rains other bombs down with it? Like, so it's like one bomb and then it becomes like 1,000 bombs or something. Cluster munitions. That's what they are? Yeah, okay, I was right. Oh, dude, yeah. Vile. US Honest John missile. Warhead cut away around 1960 showing M134 bomblets filled with sarin. Oh, dude. Yeah, this was a nightmare time for war. It's still bad, but like, oh, back in the day, they used to do some real fucked up shit. Cluster munition, a form of airdrop or ground-launched explosive weapon that releases, ejects small submunitions designed to kill personnel and destroy vehicles. Other cluster munitions are designed to destroy runways, electric power transmission lines. Because cluster bombs release so many bombs to the right area, they pose risk to civilians. Right. Obviously. Like that shit from the start of Iron Man 1. Never seen it, never will. News here. Oh, yeah, they come in a variety of forms. There are other forms of ADPS weapons that don't need to use uranium. Oh, right, yeah, like armor-piercing stuff. Yeah, for sure. News here explain the main concern that's about 30% don't explode on drop-in. Yeah, that too, right? Unexploded shells will be easier to clean up than an exploded one that spreads shrapnel across the area of the soil. Yeah, but still, like, you might, like... It might, like, lie underground, under detritus for years and years and years, and then all of a sudden someone's, like, digging a well or fucking farming, and a fucking bomb just goes off, blows... Oh, fucking hell, you don't even want to think about it. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's continue.
In Ukraine, Russian drones Sunday struck port infrastructure on the Danube River that's been used by Ukraine to export food and fertilizer to world markets.
I think the awful thing is that, like, it's quite clear that Russia wants to expand and do this, like, old-style imperialism stuff, like Ukraine is part of Russia, like, blah, 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 this nonsense, jingoistic bullshit. And the US is using Ukraine as this, like, you know, we're still strong. Ukraine is technically part of the imperial core, so we're going to fight. But, you know, we're not actively going to do anything that would, you know, trigger a nuclear war. So now there are just, like, hundreds and thousands of people dying as a result of this horrible proxy war and invasion. It's just such a sad situation, folks. It's so bad.
Ukrainian officials said at least one of the drones crashed in neighboring Romania, a NATO member nation, though officials in Bucharest denied the allegations. In Moscow, the Russian Ministry of Defense said Russian air defenses shot down 3 Ukrainian drones as they attacked Moscow, the latest in an escalating series of drone strikes on Russian territory.
The only one is a Lockheed Martin, yep.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Sunday he's firing his defense minister, Alexei Reznikov, amidst Ukraine's stalled counter-offensive and a widening corruption probe. Zelensky nominated former Crimean lawmaker Rustem Umerov to replace him.
Right, so what they're hoping to do then, obviously, is, like, march on the area that... Whoa! Oh, my God! It's Rob! Sweet Roberto Rousseau. How's it going there, buddy? How are you doing there, buddy? take off your hoser. Rob always does this British thing whenever I raid him. So, I don't know, I'm doing a Canadian thing. Take off, you knob. You know, I don't know, whatever. Welcome in, everyone. How's it going? My name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer. I'm a housing activist. We are currently looking at the big news. So we're checking out Democracy Now!, top US and world headlines. Got a bunch of content for you all to check out. It's going to be real fun. We're going to be looking at the Tories here in the UK. So if you want an update on the awful situation in the government in the UK, and we're also going to be checking out that one guy who played Starfield and had a heart attack about pronouns. We're going to check that out. Then we're going to check out the trans people getting banned from chess thing. Again, I've already covered that, but we'll have a look at it again. And then we're going to look at some permaculture stuff and a little bit of candy. So that's what we got going on the stream today. Welcome, everybody. It's good to see all y'all. Everybody go follow Rob. He is an amazing streamer. Please, everybody, go show some love to Rob. Go follow him if you haven't already. Welcome in people from Rob's stream. We got Catalepsy Kills. Hello. We got Sean Meat. Hello. Good to see you again. Blocky Boy. Cinnamon Challenge. Good to meet you. Indeed. Buddy Guy Pal. Indeed. Yeah, I'm a housing activist. Yeah, I'm in the tenants union here in Manchester. Yeah, like to try and help people fight their disgusting landlords. It's very, very, very good and rewarding. Thank you everybody for the follows. Appreciate that. Bolden, hello, welcome to the stream. It's not a bit. Rob is 1/26th Brit. Yes, that's probably the 26 generations that go back to when we stole all the native land, isn't it? So of course he probably is. Yes, I am also bisexual. Hello, Moss World. Yes, I like more than one gender. So there you go. Welcome in. So yeah, we're gonna go back to the stream. We're gonna go back to the news real quick. Thank you so much for the raid, as per usual. But yeah, good to see everybody. What else was I going to read? There's a great video that Dead Domain did on the pronoun guy, by the way. It's so much sillier than that clip. Yeah, I imagine. We're going to watch Cavernacle's video, so yeah, hopefully it'll cover some of the same stuff. But it is just really funny, and I'm definitely planning on having that guy as like a raid alert. Because just the moment that he says, fucking pronouns, is one of the funniest things I've seen in like a long time. Like I have no idea how people like take guys like that seriously, like at all. It's just, you are a baby, like a 45-year-old adult baby. That's what's happening, isn't it? Like it's just really insane. Anyway, let's crack on.
Russian President Vladimir Putin
also, hi,
has
Crimson
ruled out
Tinted. Good to see you
rejoining
too.
the Black Sea grain deal until Western nations withdraw sanctions put in place after Russia invaded Ukraine. Putin spoke from the Black Sea resort town of Sochi Monday after meeting with the Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan.
As I've said repeatedly, we were simply forced to make this decision since Western countries have blocked and continue to block the implementation of the grain deal in terms of ensuring the access of Russian agricultural producers to the world markets. That is, they
Not sure about the validity of that.
refused to lift the sanctions on the export of our grain and fertilizers.
Like, there's probably going to be some kind of truth to this. But in terms of like, let's just listen to what he said again.
Countries have blocked and continue to block the implementation.
It's just, there's gonna be truth to this, but like also, dude, you could just not be killing Ukrainians as well. That's also an option, I think.
Of the grain deal.
It's just, I just hate it so much that we're subjected to this again and again and again. Just despots of imperialist countries who are just lying to everybody. They're like, we have to continue this war because the West put sanctions on us. And then the West are like, we have to continue this war because otherwise Russia will invade everywhere. And it's like, it's all lies. It's all just to do with saving face and maintaining imperialist hegemony. It's just vile. It's just absolutely vile.
Ensuring the access of Russian agricultural producers to the world markets. That is, they refuse to lift the sanctions on the export of our grain and fertilizers.
Oh yeah, money's the big one.
Officials say North Korean leader Kim Jong-un will soon travel to Russia for talks with President Putin. The two leaders are expected to discuss an arms deal that would see North Korea provide artillery ammunition to Russia for its war in Ukraine.
Oh, dude, you are kidding me.
Financial Times reports lenders at 4 of China's biggest banks have stepped in to extend billions of dollars to Russian banks that have faced sanctions since Russia invaded Ukraine.
I mean, at the end of the day, what we are seeing, it's the imperial core hegemony. So like South Korea, you know, basically like they've currently like you know, had this big coalition of people who want to end the no travel thing, like the travel ban, the demilitarized zone, and all that kind of stuff. They're like seriously considering doing that. You know, between South Korea and North Korea, like end the war, because it's still a war, it's still an ongoing conflict, whether or not there's any, you know, deaths happening or anything. And so that is like an example of the imperial core losing ground, literally losing ground, because if South Korea decides to do that, then all of a sudden people are going to realize, oh, North Korea is actually not that bad. It's actually only as bad as imperial core countries like the USA. And then on the other hand of it, we've got like, you know, Ukraine and Russia and shit like that. And it's just, you know, it's fun to see the imperial core like shaking in its boots, going, oh my God, we don't have control over the world anymore. It's terrible. But also like in the most terrible way that like someone like Vladimir Putin is sort of like leading the charge to try and unify everyone in the fight against. Do you know what I mean? So bad.
UN Refugee Agency is warning as many as 1.8 million people will flee Sudan by the end of the year as fighting continues between rival military factions. The UN estimates the conflict has already displaced about 1 million people. Another 800,000 are expected to leave Sudan in the coming months. Meanwhile, Doctors Without Borders is reporting Sudanese refugees arriving in South Sudan are suffering from an alarming rise of measles and malnutrition. In the Sudanese capital of Khartoum, many residents say they cannot afford basic necessities, including bread.
Hey, James Ed Smith, welcome in.
Bread is available, but people cannot buy it. The loaf of bread costs 70 Sudanese pounds or 12 US cents. People cannot afford it. This price is too high for them.
In Gabon, the leader of last week's military...
Risk Inverse.
Mule mode engaged djmuel egg.
Thank you so much for the 18 months. Appreciate that. I just paused that then because I want to hear about this Gabon thing, because I think this is huge news as well. We're seeing more and more stuff in Africa, African nations rebelling against the imperial core and colonialism. Delightful news. But I heard that Gabon is like very, very straightforward, anti-colonialist, leftist. So let's see what Big Amy's got to say about it.
Military coup has been sworn in as interim president. During a ceremony Monday, General Brice Oligui Nguema promised, quote, free, transparent, and credible elections to restore civilian rule, but gave no timeline for elections. The military coup ousted President Ali Bongo, whose family had ruled the oil-rich nation since 1967.
This guy, Ali Bongo, is quoted as saying, hang on, Ali Bongo, Gabon without France. Gabon without France. I hate they wear European military regalia. It's like be proud of your heritage. Listen, man. I don't think we should be criticizing people who've been forced to live under colonialism for decades and decades and decades and what they do. You know what I mean? Maybe chill it with that shit. He had a quote, and I can't remember. Where is it? He said something along the lines of, Gabon without France is like tea without water, bread without butter, something to that extent. Do you know what I mean? So this Ali Bongo guy, piece of shit. Whoa, Vord with the £90 donation. Holy fucking shit, dude. Vord, thank you so much for the £90. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Chat, don't forget, If you want to see me survive, if you like my stream, if you like me, if you want to see me succeed, etc., if you want to help fund some activism, check out my PayPal and give me some money. That would be really, really cool. You know? Anyway.
Oligui is a cousin of the ousted president and the former head of Gabon's presidential guard. Meanwhile, in Niger, tens of thousands of protesters rallied Saturday outside a French military base demanding French troops leave Niger.
Yeah, let's go!
Tension has been escalating between Niger and its former colonial ruler since a military coup in Niger in late July. Niger's new military leaders have ordered French troops and...
People are perhaps too readily accepting of some sort of anti-imperialist coup due to the recency of the Niger thing, which is also a French colony, but I've heard it may actually just be the USA trying to replace a French comprador with one of their own. Yeah, but like, again, what you're doing is like a similar thing. You're like readily accepting that the US is doing that instead of giving, you know, colonized people their agency, like, you know, the ability for them to do stuff. Like, I'm well aware that that stuff happens. Absolutely. But yeah, I think in terms of like, you know, what is actually happening, we're seeing a lot of African nations. Do you know what I mean? So like, I understand what you're saying, but like, you have to remember again, just doing the other thing is the same kind of thing. So, you know, we have to be like very open-minded in this. I completely understand where you're coming from. I don't think you're being like stupid or naive or anything like that. But I just think we have to be really like, in terms of like what is happening, we have to be open-minded. There's going to be so much conflicting information. The only stuff that we've got to go off is like stuff like Democracy Now!, where it's like, you know, they're doing the best that they fucking can, but they're reporting on like fucking everything, and they are literally like, you know, they don't get near enough the money that they should for the work that they do. So far, it seems the Niger one is more legit than the Gabon one. Well, the thing is that a couple of weeks ago, people were saying the opposite about that, weren't they? So, you know, maybe that is due to, again, a lack of information about the whole thing. So we will see. But, you know, following the... If you are sort of like looking at like, okay, if there's a people and they are like, you know, beleaguered with centuries of oppression from colonial rule, and they see a neighboring nation... not just a neighboring nation reject colonialism, but also ally with other nations that have done that, then that's going to be very inspiring. You know, hope is a powerful thing, right? I would rather wait and see, since it looks like a potential real domino action African liberation. That's what I'm thinking. However, that is just my take. I'm a white guy in Britain on twitch.tv. I'm by no means an expert in geopolitics. I just think that that's kind of what it looks like in it. You know what I mean? Anyway, this news story now is about Niger.
France's ambassador to leave the country, but France has ignored the requests. Protesters in Niger Saturday called on the French to leave them alone.
That's pretty big.
People say, oh no, people get paid.
Thanks,
to go
Leftwood
out
Edward.
and
Welcome in
protest.
anyway.
That's a thing of the past. It's the people of Niger who are out here. You'd have to be blind not to see it. We're fed up. We want to be responsible for ourselves. People think we're babies. Leave us alone. Is that too much to ask?
Chinese President Xi Jinping will skip the G20 summit when it convenes in India next weekend. On Monday, China's foreign ministry said Premier Li Qiang will instead lead China's delegation to talks in Delhi. This comes amidst a worsening border dispute between China and India, with thousands of troops deployed to a disputed region of the Himalayas.
No way.
A major new report.
The Himalayas. So that's what most people pronounce as the Himalayas. Himalayas, that's how you actually say it, chap. Every day's a fucking school day.
Backed by the United Nations finds invasive species are spreading around the world at an unprecedented rate, driving extinctions, transmitting diseases, and threatening food supplies for millions of people. Ecologist Helen Roy, who co-authored the report by the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, says more than 3,500 harmful invasive species are seriously threatening nature while causing untold economic damage to humans.
But of those costs that are tangible that we've been able to gather together, we can see
both pronunciations are correct. Oh, okay, cool.
$423 billion annually. But we also know that looking back, then these figures have been quadrupling every 10 years. And we have no reason to think that that isn't going to be happening into the future.
The first Africa Climate Summit opened Monday in Nairobi. U.S. climate envoy John Kerry pushed for the establishment of a carbon market, but many African climate justice activists pushed back against the idea.
A carbon market. Hold up. Carbon market. What are carbon markets and why are they important by the United Nations DP? Is gonna be some bullshit. Yeah. Okay. So very, very based. It's carbon credits. That's what it is. Yeah. It's carbon credits. In a nutshell, carbon markets are trading systems in which carbon credits are sold and bought. People have gotten wise to the grift. Of course they have. Companies or individuals can use carbon markets to compensate for their greenhouse gas emissions by purchasing carbon credits from entities that remove or reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Get fucked. Holy shit. I can't fucking stand that shit. Like, especially now. Do you know what I mean? Like, especially like right now. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not going to make a difference. It's not going to make a difference. None of that is going to work. Do you know what I mean? It's so dumb. This is what the profit incentive does to people. Fuck my life.
Ahead of the summit,
oh hey Rat Freak, how you doing?
Slammed wealthy nations for delivering
Tesla trades on the carbon market. Well, that should tell you everything.
Delivering a quote pittance to help East Africa confront the climate crisis. According to Oxfam, over 31 million people are currently facing acute hunger across Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, and South Sudan, due in part to the climate crisis, which has disproportionately impacted the region.
Right, James, right.
In Spain, at least 3 people were killed, 3 others are missing as unprecedented rainfall inundated Madrid and other cities Monday. Flooding swept away bridges, halted commuter rail traffic. In Greece, where authorities have finally brought unprecedented wildfires under control, at least 1 person's dead, another missing after intense rainstorm battered mountain towns. Forecasters say some parts of central Greece could see over a foot of rain in just 24 hours. That's nearly double the annual average rainfall totals for the capital, Athens. Here in the United States,
absolutely
insane. Scorching summer heat wave brought record temperatures to central and eastern states Labor Day. Parts of Wisconsin and Minnesota suffered triple-digit heat Monday, the unofficial last day of summer.
Yeah.
In Minnesota.
In fucking Wisconsin and Minnesota, like the 2 of the coldest states in the US. So bad. The long carbon cycle and the short carbon cycle needs to be taught to everybody. I'm not even sure I understand that. So yeah, you're right. Also, welcome in this dungeon sub boss. How are you doing? Are they going to say that reducing emissions would hurt people who work for carbon credit companies? Well, this is the thing, right? Because how does a carbon credit company sort of like sustain itself during like lowering emissions? Like if there are like less greenhouse gases on the whole, then it would go out of business surely. So it doesn't like, it's so funny, chat, because it's like we're seeing capitalists build these quote unquote solutions that are fundamentally antithetical to capitalism, right? They work in opposition to capitalism. They don't fit the fucking the structure because, you know, well, I guess most corporations are unsustainable due to the fact that, you know, infinite growth is unsustainable. But you know what I'm saying, right? Like they're setting up carbon markets, which would, you know, if they do what they're supposed to do, would mean the end of that business, right? It's just, what the fuck, you know? It's just so dumb.
Digit
literally
Monday,
the cause of the problem.
The unofficial last day of summer. In Minnesota, guards ordered a lockdown of the Stillwater men's prison Sunday after prisoners refused to return to their cells to protest dangerous conditions.
Let's go!
Say some 1,200 prisoners spent the holiday weekend with no access to showers or ice and limited time for recreation due to understaffing.
Absolutely vile. Fuck prisons, chat.
Outside the prison, much of which lacks air conditioning, approached 100 degrees Fahrenheit Sunday and Monday. In
My
Nevada,
thermometer in Chicago read 111 Fahrenheit the other day. That is fucked. That is completely fucked. Good God. The perverted incentives of carbon credit companies is to not save the world. Right, exactly.
tens of thousands of participants at the annual Burning Man festival were left stranded over the weekend after torrential rainfall covered normally dry campgrounds.
Now, I know some people have been laughing at this because the guy that I have chosen not to report on whatsoever because everybody else has done it and I can't be bothered. He's just like another fucking idiot. I can't be bothered talking about him. But he's there, the guy with the ginger beard and the ginger hair, and he made a song that sounded based and then it wasn't based. I know that he's stranded there, so everyone's laughing. But this is kind of fucked.
In mud and made roads impassable. Attendees had been told to shelter in place since Friday. The extreme weather capped a Burning Man festival that proceeded despite the
there are kids
objections
there,
of
you know, it's
climate
not
activists who
fair
on
on them.
August 27th peacefully blockaded.
There are kids who've been forced to go there by their parents. It's not fair on them.
A two-lane highway leading to the campgrounds to demand Burning Man ban private jets, single-use plastic, and unlimited use of
Yo, who are these? Let's go. Who are they? Climate activists?
27th peacefully blockaded a two-lane highway leading to the campgrounds to demand Burning Man ban private jets, single-use plastic, and unlimited use of generators and propane tanks. That protest was broken up by a Nevada tribal police officer who rammed into their blockade, injuring a protester before drawing a pistol, tackling a demonstrator, and threatening to...
Cool. Aren't the police good, chat? Aren't they reasonable? Reasonable people, the police, aren't they?
Blockade, injuring a protester before drawing a pistol,
almighty,
tackling
dude.
a demonstrator, and threatening to shoot activists.
Seriously. Insane. I hate cops so much, dude. What is he doing? These are fucking climate activists, dude. They've got no weapons. What are you doing? It's like laughable. Do you know what I mean? It's laughable. I mean, we all know how cops are, but it's just like, bro, in what world? Oh, fuck me, man. Hey, Queen Pip, how's it going? Good to see you. Everybody, please go and show some love to Queen Pip. She is absolutely incredible. Yeah, they're not okay. If those activists had weapons, the cop wouldn't have had time to get his. It's true. Bet you this guy got a promotion. Yeah, definitely. Fuck cops.
All of you on the ground now! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Don't move!
In a
Dude.
statement, the Seven
Fuck
Circles
cops
Alliance
so much.
activist group, which organized the protest, responded, quote, the excessive
Fucking lucky they're
response
white,
is a
you know?
snapshot of the institutional violence and police brutality that's being shown to anyone who's actively working to bring about systemic change within the United States.
Yeah, let's see those numbers in the chat.
Climate movement, unquote. Burning Man.
Good God, look at that. Christ alive.
Systemic change within the United States.
Fuck me, dude. Just one more lane, bro. Just one more lane and that'll fix it, man.
States, including the climate movement, unquote. Burning Man organizers estimate the festival's carbon footprint at about 100,000 tons of carbon dioxide per year, equivalent to the annual emissions of 22,000 gas-powered cars.
That is insane. That is completely insane. Burning Man Festival has to end for the good of all humanity. I mean, it's always been that way, right? You know? The schadenfreude of a climate disaster affecting this is kind of hard not to appreciate, but obviously human suffering is never good. Listen, I know. That's the thing that people have been doing. They've been going, ha ha ha. He, Burning Man. Oh, that's a joke, isn't it? What a joke of a festival. But you know, yeah, it's anyway, yeah, it does need to end. It needs to stop.
A judge in Florida has struck down congressional maps
Also, hi, Mr.
created by
Fishy. It's good to see
Republican
you.
Governor Ron DeSantis.
Whoa, what's this?
Florida has struck down congressional maps created by Republican Governor Ron DeSantis, ruling they violate Florida's Constitution by diminishing black voters' ability to elect the candidate of their choice. The maps were approved last year over the objections of black Florida lawmakers who staged an impromptu sit-in protest against the congressional redistricting plan. In other Florida news, DeSantis...
He is just a demon, isn't he? He is just a horrible, horrible demon.
Just backed out of a planned meeting Saturday with President Biden, who traveled to Florida to survey damage from Hurricane Idalia. And Republican state lawmakers in Alabama continue to defy a Supreme Court order to redraw congressional maps after they were found to have violated the 1965 Voting Rights Act by diluting the power of black voters.
Again, like, they are so desperate. They are so desperate to, like, go back in time to just when you could be way more racist than you can be now. You know what I mean? It's just so vile.
The Guardian reports a new map proposed by Republicans still includes only one majority black district, making another Supreme Court challenge likely.
Well,
and those are some of the headlines.
Hopefully we'll get another rare legal system win from that particular case as well. Everybody say thank you, Amy. That's it, chat. We did it. We got through the headlines. Imagine that. Imagine that.
Rishi Sunak.
Oh, Rishi Sunak. Rishi Sunak. Thank you, Amy. That's right. Thank you, Amy. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Amy. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Okay. It's time to check out some British stuff. It is. It is. Also, hi Zadaz. Welcome in. In Wisconsin, they're trying to impeach a new Supreme Court justice that hasn't even heard any cases. Yeah, what's that to do with Mactan? Also, hi, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Long time no see. Yeah, we're looking at some British stuff. Yeah, I'm sorry about the country that I live in. I didn't ask to be born here, etc., etc. So that's that. But we're going to be talking about the Tories, and they are bad. We hate them, don't we? The Tories enter nightmare mode. That's the title of this segment. We're going to see a bit of... I don't know what the content warnings are for this bit, to be honest. Probably some ableism, probably some racism. Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. You're just late to the headlines. You missed it. You missed it. Yeah, very turfy island, very normal island. But yeah, that's what we are going to. Yeah, content warning Tories. Yeah. That should be enough, right? Should be enough, generally speaking. But yeah, there we go. The Tories are entering some kind of nightmare mode, entering some kind of Willy Wonka phase, entering some kind of smoking that we're done with being the government pack. We can't get away with any more corruption kind of shit. So that's what's going down. We're here to see wonderful boy, sweet boy Owen Jones talk about this particular issue. He's a sweet boy. I don't know if anyone follows him, but you really should. Support our comrades who create content that we consume here on the internet. Watch it in a muted tab if you fancy, and also like, share, comment, subscribe, all that shit. We're going to hear what he says. We're going to hear what he says about this particular issue. Let's see what he's saying.
Our Prime Minister, tragically, you'd almost feel sorry for him if it wasn't...
Oh.
Rishi Sunak, our Prime Minister, tragically, you'd almost feel sorry for him if it wasn't the fact he'd systematically helped to trash his country, his society, with disastrous consequences, it must be said, for millions of people, but it just gets worse and worse. So this video is a series of total car crashes. It is a motorway build-up, which is essentially what this government has become, so do brace yourself. But I do think that this series of car crashes says something very, very profound about the catastrophe which has enveloped this country for the last 13 years. So first of all, and brace yourselves because we've got to get through a fair bit of catastrophic content. But a Tory MP has said something genuinely insightful. It's been reported in the Tory supporting Daily Express.
I don't believe it for a second,
Tory
chat.
MPs have now submitted fresh letters of no confidence in Rishi Sunak. One of them is quoted as saying, "It just feels like we've completely lost control. The country is falling apart. Nobody really believes the PM can win the election anymore."
No PM in the Conservative Party is going to win the election. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. They've not even fulfilled any of their campaign promises. They promised to abolish Section 21. They've still not done that. They've still not done that. You know, Keir Starmer's not going to be any better. Let's face it. But, you know, the people who are invested, they've got a lot of time and money invested in the Tory party, are going to be pretty mad. They're going to be pretty mad about how they've sort of been conducting themselves. You know, they'll just juggle someone else in again if they get elected. Well, I mean, they're probably gonna have someone else at the helm for a bit. God knows who, because I can't think of any of the like cabinet or anyone who is like they've gone through all of their like sort of top guys, really. Apart from Michael Gove, I don't know if Michael Gove is going to go for PM. It'd be really funny if Michael Gove was PM, to be honest. That would kind of like take it back to sort of like Boris Johnson times. Rishi Sunak has just been like very boring. At least like Michael Gove, it would probably be really entertaining. He'll probably do it like Prime Minister's questions all sniffed up. You know what I mean? Sniffing a bunch of Bing in the fucking in the cloister toilets or whatever the fuck it is. No one likes Gove, even amongst the Tories, right? Yeah, I think so, yeah. I don't know. It's crazy. They won't win the election, but Starmer's trying really hard to lose. Right. I think that what we're going to see, this is my... It used to be, right, my honest streamer guy, Twitch political streamer guy from the UK diagnosis was, sort of like prediction a year ago, was that there's going to be a hung parliament because that either party is not going to get enough votes. Like Labour's not going to win the election, but I don't think the Tories will either. Now what I think is going to happen is a similar thing, but maybe the Tories might win. Labour might win, but other than that, I think we might see the Greens get a shitload more votes because they're the only party that's presenting any kind of like progressive policies. So I think that's probably what we're going to see. We might even see some Tory votes go to more extreme parties like the Reclaim Party, or the other one. There's one called Resist. There's like Resist or Reclaim or both. I can't remember. They're both offshoots of the Brexit Party. They have like the same logo. It's so stupid. Anyway, that's my honest prediction of what's going to happen now.
The country is falling apart. It is, yes, well spotted. Quite literally falling apart. You see, the devastating consequences of austerity, of sweeping ideologically driven cuts, are finally apparent to everyone except the most fanatical and delusional.
Okay, Shafiq.
It's now reached the headlines that our nation's schools are crumbling. Now, between the 50s and the 90s, the schools were built using reinforced, autoclaved, aerated concrete, or RAC, kind of like concrete aero bars. Great idea that was. But anyway, that was supposed to have a safe time limit of around 30 to maybe 40 years. So the government has now ordered 100 schools to close immediately. So that means that pupils have to do studies either online or in temporary facilities.
Hey, Tomuel, how's it going?
Of fears that those buildings could start collapsing on their heads.
Closing 100 schools because they just do not care about infrastructure. Like, they do not care about solid infrastructure. So they're like, well, looks like we got to close these schools. The kids will be buzzing anyway. At least there's that. Fucking Zoom classes, let's go.
Oopsie daisy. Now, when the Tories came to power, one of the first victims of their cuts was the Building Schools for the Future programme.
Yeah, that's how I'm feeling, lads. Dungeon. Yeah.
Great idea. No obvious downsides there then. Now, what about our current Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak? Now, according to Jonathan Slater, the former permanent secretary at the Department of Education, when Sunak was Chancellor, he slashed the school building programme by 41%. And that was years after ministers were told there was a fatal danger of collapse.
When did you know, and what did you advise ministers was the scale of the rebuilding required?
So there was an initial survey that the department carried out before I was the permanent secretary, about 10 years ago. First time such a survey had ever been carried out, because schools were now being run increasingly by the department. A second survey was commissioned in my time, and we saw that the backlog of repairs had increased. We saw the scale of the rebuilding programme that was needed. 300 to 400 schools needed to be replaced per year because of these system-built schools, post-war, concrete, only supposed to have a design life of 30 to 40 years. Therefore, they need to be rebuilt, and we needed to increase the scale of the programme accordingly.
So, to be clear, the Department for Education goes to the Treasury and say, we need money to rebuild 300 to 400 schools a year, and you got what?
Right, middle
So
of
while I was the Permanent Secretary, we got the funding to replace about 100 schools per year.
A third or a quarter of what you'd asked for?
Absolutely.
So the government offered to rebuild a fraction
fucked,
of what the
chat.
civil servant
Completely
and those
fucked.
like him were asking for. Oh dear, oh dear. Now, what does Richie Sunak say to this?
Oh dear.
The Secretary of Department for Education has said this morning that when they wanted to put more money into...
He's just so smug, isn't he? He is just so fucking smug. He's like, I know that this journalist is going to come with some damning information that is absolutely my fault. In fact, it's a decision that I made, and my government has done nothing about it. And whatever he says, I'm just going to say the most insane thing, politician answer that you could possibly think of. You know? That's what he's going to say. Hey, Mr. Dank.
Repairing schools, you as Chancellor didn't allow that to go ahead and in fact cut that budget.
Perfect British scandal, I agree.
Now. Do you want to apologise to parents and pupils?
I think that is completely and utterly wrong. Actually, one of the first things I did as Chancellor in my first spending review in 2020 was to announce a new 10-year school rebuilding programme.
They just deny it, don't they? They just deny all the time. They're just like, nope, didn't do that. You're lying, it's wrong. It's just wrong, it's fake news. Donald Trump is completely fucked. Everyone. Every kind of like, you know... I mean, let's face it was fucked way before Donald Trump, but like Donald Trump popularizing the term fake news has done like irreparable damage to anyone doing any actual reporting, trying to hold politicians accountable. Because they'll just like, look at him. He's holding back a laugh. He's thinking about Trump as he's saying this. He's thinking like, God, I'm so glad that guy said that. I'm so glad that guy said that. Because now I could just be like, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. Next question. Do you know what I mean? You're fake news. Next question.
For 500 schools. Now that equates to about 50 schools a year that will be refurbished or
He's just pulling numbers out of his ass.
What we've been doing over the previous decade, that's completely in line with what we've always done, about 50 or so schools a year refurbished or rebuilt. That's what I announced as Chancellor in my first spending review.
What are you talking about, Rishi? What's the plan there in that response? Why did you think that was rebuttal? The government was told by civil servants that you needed between 300 and 400 schools a year to be rebuilt. The funding that was offered up originally was 100. That was then cut down to 50. So why does Rishi Sunak think that by repeating the fact he gave funding for just 50 schools a year that he's rebutted anything? Absolute clown show stuff there.
So he didn't even pull the numbers out of his arse. He just said the same thing. He just he said, that's not true. I did this, and that's the thing he's being accused of. This is insane, chat. This is ridiculous. I can't fucking handle it.
From the Prime Minister. Now, it gets worse. Oh, it gets worse, all right. Enter Education Secretary
every single one of them.
Keegan.
Con
Now, she
artists.
did an interview. Let's start with what she said, because then she goes off camera and is recorded, and oh my God.
It is not the job of the Department of Education.
Okay, please. Journalists, I know if you're doing your own YouTube channel, I know that it's not like your main job, you're doing it for like extra money and stuff, but please just do like, I'm just asking for a crumb of audio balancing, just a tiny bit, so that you know, parasites like me can use your content to make money on the internet. Please, I'm just asking for just a smidgen, a tiny bit of audio balancing.
But we chose to do that because we wanted to make sure that we had that information centrally. On top of that,
Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that.
All collapsed.
Yes.
And it took you 4 years to send out questionnaires to find out how many schools had RAC.
No, we sent a warning out to the people responsible.
But you're saying that the government is not responsible, ultimately, for the safety of children in schools?
The school buildings responsibility is with local authorities and multi-academy trusts.
Do you believe the government did
I'm gonna have to turn up the tab. Sorry, chat. Just give me a hot minute.
everything in its power?
Okay. Now it's too fucking loud. Okay. All right. Let's play this bit from the beginning.
Audit, and oh my god.
It is not the job of the Department of Education, but we chose to do that because we wanted to make sure that we had that.
It's not a news company. What's happened, Confero, is Owen Jones has recorded his stuff and then found a clip and then put that in the edit, or whoever does editing for Owen Jones, and they've not balanced the audio. It's nothing to, this ITV have probably balanced the audio completely fine. It's Owen Jones. He's louder than this clip in it, so I'm having to change stuff up.
Information centrally. On top of that, we wanted
to... on that, sorry. Yeah. A school collapsed.
Yes.
And it took you 4 years to send out questionnaires to find out how many schools had RAC.
No, we sent a warning out to the people responsible.
But you're saying that the government is not responsible, ultimately, for the safety of children in schools?
The school buildings responsibility is with local authorities and multi-academy trusts.
Do you believe the government did everything in its power?
But we've taken further now.
Do you believe the government did everything in its power, has done everything in its power to make sure that children aren't being taught in schools that could collapse without warning?
Absolutely, because the responsible bodies have that duty. What we have done...
What's the point in asking that question? Like, it really just frustrates me watching this stuff nowadays, because it's like, you know that they're not going to say, yeah, sorry, we fucked up. They've been doing this fucking shit show for years. You know what I mean?
Since is we have basically said we want to have more information centrally.
Well, I mean, I don't think you should be congratulated on that. I mean, there are literally children.
I'm not looking to be congratulated. I'm just saying what we have done.
There are literally children who've been going to school in buildings that could have collapsed. Children could have been seriously injured. Children could have died. And only now are you assigning caseworkers and money to sort this out.
No, the responsible bodies have always been responsible for making sure they have surveyors, making sure they look at things like asbestos, have an asbestos plan.
We've adequately delegated the responsibility, so I've washed my hands. Yeah, it's just fucking nonsense.
And RAC, etc. They have a responsibility for the...
Yeah, you are looking to avoid any culpability, literally.
...of their buildings.
So what she's...
Oh my god, dude. So loud.
Take here is the Department of Education doesn't have responsibility for school buildings. What is wrong with these people? Are they high? You see, I think if we're going to be fair, what she's doing...
I love Owen Jones. I do love him. Like, it's hard for me to get mad at him for not, doing editing properly or whatever. But like this is a quality soundbite, chat. Just listen to what he says.
Education doesn't have responsibility for school buildings. What is wrong with these people? Are they high?
Are they high? Oh, dude. I love this guy.
You see, I think if we're going to be fair, what she's doing is offering a damning indictment of the fragmentation of our education system, which of course has been a right-wing policy pursued by this government, building, it must be said, on what New Labour did, because she's saying, well, these are academy trusts, they're independents, it's not our job, gov. But actually, in any case, they are part of the Department of Education, and the Department of Education does have ultimate responsibility for them, and it's in charge of those capital budgets. But anyway, it gets worse. Here she is after the interview finishes.
But we will get a plan, and every single one of them will be done.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone ever say, you know what, you've done a good job because everyone else has sat on their and done nothing? No signs of that, no?
Oh dear.
What? What? She's like completely fucking delusional. Absolutely delusional. They genuinely think that they're doing a great job, don't they? That's actually what it is. Some of them are so piss-brained that they actually think they're doing a great job. That's what it is. They don't live in reality, do they? There are some people who know they're fucking the country over, and then there are some people who are just like, yeah, no, I'm doing a great job. What are you on about? There's no one ever saying that. You sat on your ass for 14 years. Well, I don't know if she's been in that position for 14 years. I'm not quite sure about that, but any amount of time. I know, the audacity, it's just vile. It's just absolutely vile. Completely vile. Oh my God.
What are we like? How dare we? Holding the government to account for things they're in charge of, like making sure schools don't fall on our children's heads. Instead, we should be grateful. Why are we being nicer to them? They're just trying so hard, and we're just getting up.
Small bean Tories in government.
You can see about things like children's lives. Now, let's be clear here. The ruinous Tory strategy of slashing the state, trashing our public services, destroying the public realm, all of that is colliding pretty brutally with reality. And the consequences are literally placing the lives of our children at risk. That's where this is led. And they can't take responsibility for it because...
I wonder whether they genuinely do get that I'm doing a great job feeling when they get home. All they know when they get home is drink wine, fucking... They'll just sit there and just like drink wine and watch their fucking posh tellies and all that shit, won't they? They don't think about any of that shit. They get home and they just turn the fuck off. That's what they do. She's been the Secretary of State for Education since 2022, right? Exactly. But I would say as well, that's not an excuse, right? That's still not an excuse. She's still been sat on her ass for a whole year, innit? You know what I mean? A whole year at this point. Yeah, it's just a 9 to 5 for them. A 9 to 5 where you earn like fucking 80 grand. 80, what? Hang on. It's more than that, isn't it? Salary of a cabinet minister. UK. 62 grand. In fact, I can find out exactly how much. So, Chief Secretary, Financial Secretary, Attorney General, Solicitor General, Controller of the Household, Vice Chamberlain, Second Sisters Whip, Ministers who are members of the House of the Lord, Minister of State, Parliamentary Secretary, Secretary of State for Education. Oh, it's not listed. Well, I think it's somewhere in the region. At minimum 20 grand. And the most that they could be earning is 72 grand. So, base MP salary is 86k. Is that true? Is that true? Oh my God, that's so bad. Okay, anyway, that's what we got. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, chat, to do nothing.
Doing so would expose the bankruptcy of their entire ideology. That's the truth. Now, circle back. Kind of feeling sorry for Rishi Sunak if it wasn't for the fact that he's an absolute national disgrace who's helped trash the country. They've tried everything this summer. This was their big summer fight back. And you know, you got to give them some sympathy because he's really tried so hard to, you know, like scapegoat migrants and refugees and whip up bigotry. And, you know, that often works.
He has tried
success. But it hasn't really worked out, has it, Rishi? Just instead of, you know, dealing with the problems of the country, just deflecting anger onto desperate people fleeing foreign shores.
Yeah, it
hasn't really panned out that well for you. Because the truth is, the country, as one of your own colleagues is briefing right-wing newspapers has pointed out, the country is falling apart. And it's falling apart because of the ideology and the policies that your government has pursued.
Yeah, it's not just that, it's the transphobia as well. You know, awful fascist laws getting passed here, there, and everywhere. We're going to stick with some Owen Jones right now because he's got another video from a... I think this is also from today, about Theresa May. So if anyone doesn't remember Theresa May, she was Prime Minister of the UK for like a year, 2-3 years or something. Can't quite remember, but she was very much like up there in terms of like doing some horrible stuff. And when she was Home Secretary, she deported so many migrants. Just an absolutely vile piece of shit. So let's see what Owen's saying about Theresa May.
Theresa May. a great national martyr. Her crime? Dedicating her life to fighting oppression, injustice, and suffering. She just cared too bloody much.
She could move.
Doing
it's
her very
true.
best to unite our polarised nation and bridge the divides. And where's her thanks? Where's our gratitude? Instead it's all, oh, you were a catastrophic Prime Minister. You were one of the chief architects of our country's general state of ruin and turmoil.
Yeah.
You cynically use bigotry for your own cynical purposes with catastrophic consequences for your own citizens. Oh, the absolute front of trying to rehabilitate your gruesome reputation by revising history. Just rude, isn't it? Hey? We're just pernickety. Backseat drivers. That's what we are. Who are we to cast aspersions on what she did when she was in charge of the country and what actually happened? It's just leave her alone.
Who are we to tell the
He
truth, chat?
who has not unjustly deported his own citizens cast the first stone, as I believe it was written in the holy text. Seriously though, Theresa May's new book is absolutely nauseating. As
she got a book.
By various commentators occasionally to rehabilitate it. It really sums up, I feel, how power works in this country and many other countries. You can inflict all sorts of...
Oh my God. I can't believe it, chat. This is completely insane. Wait until you see what the title of this book is. How do I get like a normal image of this? Fuck it. That's probably going to work. Oh my God. The abuse of power. That is fucking brazen, dude. It is brazen. I can't believe it. All about, like, you know, oh, I was confronting injustice in public life. Shut up, man. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? So incredibly fucked. Because Boris rolled it? No, it'll be because she thinks that she did some really good stuff when she was in government. That's what it'll be. It won't be anything to do with Boris Johnson. Oh, yeah, no, you weren't being serious, obviously. But, like, yeah, I don't know. Oh, Christ.
The misery and hardship and justice that face swift rehabilitation. You can see this with George W. Bush in the United States.
Yep.
He brutally and illegally invaded Iraq. Hundreds of thousands died in blood and chaos.
Millions, Owen. Millions. 1 million, at least, I believe.
Then there's Afghanistan, Guantanamo, of course, back in Iraq, Abu Ghraib. But he doesn't do vulgar tweets like Trump. Or he focuses horrors predominantly on people with brown skin. So he can be rehabilitated as a cutesy statesman who can pass a sweetie to Michelle Obama and that be spun as somehow being adorable. Bless that cute little war criminal. Now, Theresa May's new book is called The Abuse of Power, Confronting Injustice in Public Life. Now, the first part of the title sounds like a confession. Not Sue. I'm not going to read it because live really is too short, but I've read some reviews and we'll focus on Andrew Rawnsley in The Observer. The headline of his review is pretty euphemistic, I would say, blind to her own failings. Now, apparently she claims the book is not an attempt to justify certain decisions I made in office. Would you believe it? Theresa May, Saint Theresa May, that paragon of integrity, is not being honest here. What a first. Anyway, in it, she looks at Hillsborough, correctly describing how South Yorkshire police created a web of obfuscational lies to lay the blame on fans. But as Rawnsley points out, while she blames police, the media and some politicians, she deflects accountability by not naming the police, the right-wing media, and some conservative politicians.
Also, this happened when she was, like, not in office. Hang on a minute. Theresa May, when were you in office as an MP? How long have you been in office? Home Secretary, Leader of the Conservative Party, Member of Parliament for Maidenhead since 1997. Girl, you weren't even in office when Hillsborough happened. Not Hillsborough County, Florida. I'm absolutely certain It was in 1989, the Hillsborough disaster. It's so fucking ridiculous, man. Like, why did she even mention that?
She then tries to take credit because she allowed the Hillsborough Independent Panel to continue when she became Home Secretary.
Oh, for God's sake. Are you serious?
I mean, seriously, is she having a laugh? I mean, her stance is, well...
Chat, if there's Americans here who don't know what the Hillsborough disaster was, it was when 97 football fans died because the police essentially, like, locked them in to a stadium that was, like, collapsing. And, yeah, people got crushed, people died. It was one of the most horrible, completely preventable disasters, which was a huge... eye-opening moment for people, I guess, back then in discovering, like, oh my God, like, the police just do whatever they want and they just escape justice and shit like that. It was absolutely vile, and the right-wing media, as Owen rightly points out, was, basically saying, oh, it was because the fans were violent and drunk and they killed people on purpose and all that, and it's just, like, absolutely vile.
I'm a bit of a hero.
Absolutely vile. It was a mass murder by police. It was.
I didn't shut down the inquiry into the Hillsborough disaster. Is she kidding? Do you think you actually deserve some sort of cookie for that, Theresa May?
This is like when there's like a comedy bit, and I can't remember exactly who it's by, but it's when, like, people, it's like when men talk about, like, oh, I feed my kids. And it's like, no, that's something that you're just supposed to do. Like, what are you on about? You don't get any extra credit for, like, feeding your kids. Like, what are you talking about? Like, oh, I pay child support. It's like, yeah, you should. And it's like the Prime Minister of the UK. Yeah, you should let the Hillsborough, the Hillsborough, what do you call it? Inquest go on. You don't get any credit for, like, not doing that. What are you on about? It's why the Sun is banned in Liverpool. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I'd be more fascinated to know what someone like Theresa May would have said at the time of the Hillsborough disaster.
Prime Minister at the time was found to have collaborated with the police. Yeah.
Tory MPs were not exactly
and the right-wing media.
To fight for truth and justice then. So we're supposed to believe that someone...
Well, the Prime Minister at the time was Thatcher. So... Of course she did. That was what she was all about.
With Theresa May's record and character would have acted differently back in 1989. Now, as Wolsey knows...
I'm paying for the crimes of Margaret Thatcher. Fuck off.
What matters is how you respond to injustices that happen, A, when they're actually happening, and B, particularly when they're happening...
Not a goodie. That's true, Rat Freak. She was not a goodie.
The Windrush scandal. What happened there? Well, the vicious scapegoating of migrants for all of society's ills, which is the one...
Instead of like, in the future, we talk about, like, right-wing reactionaries and neoliberals and politicians. I'm not going to say any of that anymore, chat. I'm just going to say either a goodie or a baddie. I'm going to say these are the goodies. We're the goodies, aren't we, chat? Every single one of us. Look at you all.
Running thread throughout Theresa May's entire political career, incidentally, led to a situation...
Margaret Thatcher, she's a baddie, and not in the sexy sense. Because I know that some people call themselves a baddie now, and that is like, it means you're hot, right? That's a thing.
Who'd lived in this country for many decades, long before I was born, were wrongly detained by the state, stripped of their legal rights,
put it on a flyer,
care, threatened with deportation, and in dozens of cases, actually kicked
baddie derogatory,
out of
right?
Country.
Yeah.
Now, what does she do? What she does is she spreads the blame around. Successive
the three genders,
27 different home secretaries, blah blah blah. But you see, it was her hostile environment, which she laughably says was, in retrospect, not a good term to use. No, not in retrospect, Theresa. Not in retrospect. We knew that at the time, some of us who had some basic decency. Anyway.
She what? Sorry, Owen, say that again. Say that again.
What she does is she spreads the blame around. Successive governments, it was their failure. 27 different home secretaries, blah, blah, blah. But you see, it was her hostile environment, which she laughably says was, in retrospect, not a good term to use. No, not in retrospect, Theresa. not in retrospect. We knew that at the time, some of us who had some basic decency.
The hostile environment that Theresa May facilitated in her time in office as the Home Secretary is the whole reason that the environment remains hostile to migrants nowadays and people of colour in general, right? Her work to deport so many people, so many refugees who are like legitimately seeking asylum, and you know, I'm not one to sort of like bandy around what is a valid refugee and like a fake one. I don't care. I don't believe in borders and any of that stuff. But even like people who had gone through the asylum process and just, you know, deporting them, you know, just fucking vile. The reason that it's so bad for migrants in the UK right now is actively because of some of her policies that she spearheaded them. You could draw a direct line from the hostile environment to the Rwanda policy. It's not even a stretch. Exactly, Mr. Fishy. Exactly. Like, Suella Braverman would not even remotely be trying some of the shit that she has tried in her time as Home Secretary to do if it weren't for Theresa May.
Anyway, that played a key role in what happened. She didn't listen to warnings when it was happening, but it goes further than that. I mean, the Windrush scandal is obviously horrific, nauseating injustice, which Theresa May cannot escape.
That too.
Her shame, her shame, and her.
This is what I mean. This is why her book being called that is so bad. It is like the most insane thing you could call your book if you are Theresa May. You know what I mean? Like just having the brazen attitude to have a portrait of yourself next to the title, The Abuse of Power, when you in fact abused so much of your power. You did the thing. This would be like having Jimmy Savile write his own biography and call it like it would be like, do you know what it would be like? It would be like Jimmy Savile doing if Jimmy Savile was still alive today and he wrote a book about like LGBTQ plus people grooming kids. This is exactly what this is like. It's the same. It's literally the same thing. Do you know what I mean? Literally the same thing. Anyway, thanks for the follow.
Blame, her portion of the blame for what happened. But I mean, if we talk about the injustices, she talks about the abuse of power. I mean, she was a key player in the government which trashed this country for what, 9 years when it was in power. She supported things like...
If you don't know who Jimmy Savile is, I'm very, very surprised if people in the chat, even Americans, don't know who Jimmy Savile was, but just massive pedo, who was actually like that with Thatcher. So it all links in, doesn't it? It all links in.
Bedroom tax, the 2-child benefit cap, which has driven hundreds of thousands of children into poverty or further below the breadline, the cuts to tax credits in work benefits, which again have helped drive the working poor further into hardship, stripping benefits unjustly from disabled people after humiliating work capability assessments. She backs the austerity, which is now leading to schools literally at risk of falling on the heads of children and killing them. That's where we've ended up. Policies which have caused the worst squeeze in living standards since records began. I mean, we could just go on like slashing per pupil funding, vandalising their future and the future of the country with it. Poverty and insecurity imposed by the powerful. All injustices, all abuses of power, all facilitated by Theresa May. Now it gets worse. Because you see, I know some of you think that when we talk about victims of those who abuse power, which is what her book is
Tomuel, that's vile.
I'll say Hillsborough victims, those Liverpool fans who died, Windrush Britons. Or
what's the callous disregard thing? Dungeon sub boss
by Tory cuts. But Theresa May wants a new addition to this list. Guess who it is? Oh, it's her. It's actually literally her. In her chapter on Brexit, she claims opposition to her in Parliament was another abuse of power because her opponents...
Oh my God, I can't deal with it. I mean, if you think about it, the political climate as it exists right now... Oh, that's Andrew Wakefield's book. Oh, okay, right. Oh, the autism and vaccines thing. Right, okay. the political climate as it is right now is kind of like fertile ground for her to make these claims, because we're seeing so many recuperations of leftist dialogue, right? Leftist terms. We're seeing people in positions of power claiming that they are being rebellious and they are, you know, championing the people's justice and shit like that. Like, they fucking love to do that. And that kind of rhetoric that's just going around all the time is it's the reason why she is so enabled to write a book that is this completely hypocritical. Because hypocrisy doesn't matter anymore. Nothing matters. Language doesn't matter anymore. Nothing matters. This is why the only thing that we can do, chat, to make any kind of a difference in this world is direct action, organizing, unionizing. It cannot be said enough. Build the dual power that you need to survive without your government in your neighborhood. Do everything you can to do it. Join a community garden. Start a community garden. Start a tenants union. Join a tenants union, etc. Join a mutual aid group. Start a mutual aid group. Holy shit. Because none of these cunts are going to save us. None of them. None of them.
She regards as her own interests ahead of what she defines as the national interest by opposing the deal that she cooked up. Apparently, she says some will find it hard to accept this claim. No shit, Theresa. Yeah, I do actually have a bit of trouble accepting that you, the former Prime Minister, the former person running this country, who was responsible for so much pain and injustice, should be placed in the same category, including dead Liverpool fans and deported Britons.
Yeah, it's
really
vile. Completely vile.
Have to say. It gets even more grotesque, if you can believe it.
Oh, God.
In an interview with the Sunday Times, she says, I start off with a view that we had to find a way of doing Brexit that recognised the concerns of the 48% who voted Remain. Are you high? What?
He did it again! He did it again! Are you high? Owen Jones has been getting stoned. Owen Stoned. That's what I'm going to call him. That's what I'm going to call him now, from now on. Because he said that twice now. He said, Owen, are you high? Yeah, not Owen, are you high? He said, are you high? Are they high? It's just really funny to hear him say it.
Have you taken something? It's just, I mean, I know you had a very strict drugs policy, which you continued to enforce when you were Home Secretary, but are you kidding? Are you like, do you think we're stupid? Do you think just completely stupid? Like we lived through that period of history. It wasn't that long ago. Like, we were there. We heard what you said and saw what you did. She was the only Tory leadership candidate back in 2016 who refused to accept the rights of EU citizens living in Britain.
What we are kind of seeing, chat, is the old school powers that used to just do stuff and say whatever the fuck they wanted because, you know what I mean? It was like, oh, well, we could just get away with it. It doesn't matter, etc., etc. It's carried on into present day, you know, so like the Thatchers, the Blairs, the Gordon Browns, and now we're at sort of like the pinnacle of neoliberalism where it can't really, it's just like rapidly getting worse and worse and worse and worse, like folding in on itself, like some kind of, what do you call that thing that's like singularity? It's like a singularity of fuckness. But they still think they can get away with just like saying this stuff and people won't get mad and people won't be like, hang on a minute, that's not how that went down. And we're seeing the material conditions of capitalism get worse and worse and worse for working class people. People are organizing. People are getting more and more class conscious. People are getting more conscious of their social identity, class, and it's now coming to a head where people are just, they're not going to take any more of that. Like, people are just not going to buy that shit anymore. And it's either going to be socialism or barbarism. It's either going to be the fascists will have a big rebellion, they'll organize, they'll be, you know what I mean, better prepared and shit like, well, they won't be better prepared, they'll have a horrible time, even if they succeed. Or it will be socialism, you know, and anarchism and communism and all that stuff, you know, which will be a lot better, it'll be a lot more organized. So, anyway. Trying to get my fiance to be more into that self-sustaining community stuff. She's from a very well-off family, has poor attitudes against homeless people and the like, until I was homeless anyway. The community gardening stuff is actually a very good way of convincing people about that stuff. Well, it's really good because there is nothing better There is no better way, in my opinion, to unplug people's brains from the matrix than to say, look, you grew this. This is food you can eat. They make us pay money for this stuff, where nature gives it us for free. Right? That's the matrix unplug moment that people need to get in their heads, because it's right there. You know what I mean? We have soil, we have gardens, some of us. We can at least find spaces where you can just grow stuff. So why not? You know, why not do that? Compulsive liars are always shocked when other people refuse to believe them anymore. It's true. Mutual aid over charity for exactly that reason. It connects people to it and others. Yeah, exactly. The community gardens that I know manage to be self-sustaining and feed an overwhelming amount of people like every week. Like every fucking week. The Gaskell Garden Project, the one that we had on Red Planet, like they do a queer family, what's it called? It's called the Queer Food Project, I think. And it's not quite, they get food from Gaskell Garden, but it's organized by other people, and they do it like every Sunday or every other Sunday or something at a community center in Hume. And it's like, yeah, feed people, pay as you feel. You know what I mean? Is the sound cutting out for anyone else? Oh, fucking hell, I hope not. That's the last fucking thing I need.
Using them as pawns, but also with a constant insistence on the toughest scrapping of freedom of movement, ensured that our bargaining position was weakened with the EU. She constantly toyed with a no-deal Brexit. Her speech, take her speech when she denounced citizens of nowhere. She was just this, I mean, all the way through that speech in 2016, this right-wing demagogic speech, demonising her opponents.
Catgirl Steph says, I'm making dinner with potatoes I grew myself, pulled out of a bucket of compost 20 minutes ago. Anyone can do it. Those are going to be the fucking tastiest potatoes you've ever had as well. Tastiest potatoes you've ever had.
In a way that actually Prime Minister hasn't done for quite a long time. Her media cheerleaders screaming in her support, crush the saboteurs. She recruited the Daily Mail journalist who penned the front page which denounced the enemies of the people. But she just wanted a consensus. Saint Teresa. She just wanted to bring everyone together. She's a big old unifier brought down by those pesky extremes. You see, the truth is, like...
Right, exactly. There's also just a pride in growing your little crops that are part of a larger operation. It maintains personal pride, but serves a collective whole. Gardening is just good stuff. Also, right, a really, really, really fucking interesting thing happened to me when I first germinated seeds. Like, I've never grown anything from seed before. But the first time I germinated something from seed, it was a bunch of thyme and lettuce plants, right? And chat will probably remember this because I freaked the fuck out. Because I thought that like maybe one or two, I thought that like seeds were like mostly like a crapshoot. But I had like a ton of fucking thyme seeds and they all just like germinated. And I had so many. And I was like, what am I going to do with all these potential fucking plants? And then in my head, I was like, well, hang on a minute. You just give them to people because it's free. It's nature. Plants will just grow because they want to grow. And nature just gives you food. So why not give it to people for free? Give it to your neighbors. Give it to like fucking plant it somewhere random. Do you know what I mean? Absolutely. Just the way that it changes the way your brain thinks. Gardening is just so good. So fucking good. Rat Freak says, I run a large festival event that's entirely fueled on the power of enthusiastic volunteers. It's wonderful, but one man still makes profit from all the scary amount of labour. Me and some other leftists are trying to remove the customer and staff language and build proper community engagement with the idea of eventually removing the owner. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's like extremely based. And if you just like, you know, unionize everyone, you will be able to turn that into a pretty like successful worker-owned co-op, right? You know what I mean? I hope that goes really well for you, Rat Freak.
Every other Conservative leader since they tragically came to power 13 years ago, she indulged
that's right, Mr. Fisher,
of her party, thinking that by tossing them...
The switch that you flip in people's brains when you tell them you can just help people and no one will stop you. And actually it feels good to do that. You know what I mean? It's like you have video games which give you these like tiny bits of like fake dopamine which don't actually go anywhere or give you any enrichment in your life because you like go and you like do these quests. It's fun to do, don't get me wrong, I'm not shitting on video games, I fucking love video games. But what I am saying is that you will get a much better version of that dopamine by doing that in real life. You know what I mean? Give yourself some quests. Give yourself some legitimate side quests. Imagine.
Much red meat as possible, they'd end up being satisfied. But that didn't happen, did it? No, what happened instead is they got fatter and hungrier until they ate her up, just like they ate David Cameron up before her. You see, the self-pitying and the lack of remorse and the contempt for accountability can never disguise the fact that these villains, and they are villains, and Theresa May is amongst those villains, are responsible for the most disastrous government in British democratic history, which didn't just fail on, e.g., my terms, but failed on its own terms. What big shining successes could they possibly point to after these 13 years? Because Thatcher, for example, as much as I despise everything she did to this country, on her terms, she would call that a grand success and triumph. This lot can't even do that. A crumbling nation, literally, impoverished, more insecure, a nation in decline and stagnation. And those at the top, those who are responsible for throwing us into the abyss, cannot even take responsibility for what they did and instead increasingly veer into pathetic self-pitying.
Yeah, well, that's what they're encouraged to do, you know?
A terrible defeat, and I hope, despite their attempts at pathetic self-justification, a reckoning with history, which I feel will be brutal indeed.
Well, we shall see, shan't we, Owen? Chat, I've realised it's that time of the night where I've got to take my pants off. So I'm going to go and do that. No, won't be doing it on stream, but I'm going to be right back. So I'll be back in a tick. Make sure you look after yourself. If you need to change your pants, go and change your pants. You know, you get sweaty, horrible, get chafing. It's not good. Make sure you go to the toilet. Make sure you take your meds. Have a little stretch. Get some food or whatever. You know, stay hydrated. I'll be back in a tick. Won't be long at all. Now I know what you're thinking, chat. Those pants that you just walked in with are exactly the same as the ones you walked out with. I'll have you know I did change my pants, and I'm not going to explain how. So there you go. Anyway, hello Layla, how's it going? Welcome in. It's not a new background, it's just a temporary background while it's really, really hot. So there you go. Anyway. What was I going to say? We're nearly done through the news stuff, chat. We're really done, nearly done through the politics stuff. So yeah, stay patient. We will get to some candy eventually. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. But I would like to use this opportunity to ask you to please consider subbing off Twitch, because streaming is my full-time job. If you are in fact financially capable, please consider subbing off Twitch. The link is there in the chat. Basically, it's a 100% of your money goes to me donation situation. Basically, that's a link to my Streamlabs tip thing. And essentially, I encourage people to do that because Twitch is a terrible platform for marginalized creators. It makes things very, very hard for marginalized creators and doesn't really do much to protect them. It doesn't even really do much to, make the platform usable for smaller content creators as well. So it's just an all-round kind of bad website. I'm kind of using it because it's like, well, what other choice have I got? YouTube, I don't know. Twitch just kind of feels like home for some reason. I don't know why. All my friends are on it, so there you go. Get huge raids off Rob Rousseau and Kira Chats, don't I? So there you go. Layla, thank you so much for the £3. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. If we get to £300 before the end of the month, before the middle of the month, we will unlock a double feature movie night in which we will be watching a film called Hard Ticket to Hawaii. It's a terrible film, but it's also very funny. It's a classic, so bad it's good film. And then we will be watching another film on top of that. It's a film called Sisu. And I've already watched it. Oh my God! djmuel, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you. Listen, if I get one more dono, in the next couple of minutes, we'll have a little break. We'll have a little, we'll get some music out. It'll be like an unofficial hype train or something, Think about that. But yeah, anyway, if we unlock the double feature movie night, we'll be watching Hard Ticket to Hawaii and Sisu. Sisu is a really cool film about a guy who just kills a bunch of Nazis. I watched it this weekend. It was really good. It was so good. I want to watch it again with my Discord community. So that's that. That's what's happening. That's what we're watching this coming month on movie night in the Discord. If you're not already in the Discord, sort that out. Remedy it immediately by clicking on the Discord link in the chat. But anyway, holy shit. Layla with another £3. Thank you so much. You know what? Just for that, we're going to get it out. We're going to get it right out, chat. We're going to get it right out. Oh, what's that? Some bloke with the £5? Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for the £5. Really appreciate that. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you everybody for subbing off Twitch. Oh my God, Breakmaker? Is that what that is? Breakmaker? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. We're going to listen to some music. It's my favorite tune at the minute, and we're going to listen to it again. So here we go. Here we go, chat. Yeah, that's fucking right. That's fucking right. Don't forget, chat, I'm going to be doing a Gnome DJ stream very, very soon. Oh, let's turn that up. Let's see some hype in the chat. It's a classic. It's a classic. Hey, Gouverneur. Don't forget the BOws. I want to see some of them. I want to see some Ratows. Thank you for the follow. God, this is such a fucking solid track. Good God. That's right, chat. We love a fucking gnome stream. We love a fucking gnome stream. Anyway, back to reality. There he is. That's true. It's very, very true. Come. Layla says come in the chat. It does kind of sound like in the song they say come. Anyway, you all enjoyed that, didn't you? Well, now we're going to watch something that you won't enjoy. And it's this guy. This guy I was talking about yesterday. Content warning for transphobia and misogyny. This fucking absolute weapon here that's in the thumbnail alongside the beautiful Tabernacle. We love Cav. Cav, I'm so sorry. I'm a React streamer. I know you dislike React streamers and React content. Please don't hate me. I love you. I think you're a great guy. Anyway. Please go and show some love to Tabernacle. Please go and like and share and watch the video. Make sure you subscribe to his channel if you haven't already.
Hello, my old chum.
Thank you for the follow. We like to help our lefty content creator friends. Yeah, it's wildly unserious, this shit. Yeah, this is like so bizarre. But we're gonna watch Cav's take on it because it's much easier. Oh, here it is. It's going straight in. It's going straight in. Just strap yourselves in for this, chat, because it's... Oh, boy. It's embarrassing. Like, a lot of this... I've seen this on its own, like, sort of isolated. Not in, like, a React video or anything like that. And it's quite distressing, but also embarrassing. Like, really embarrassing. This is clearly, like, a 50-year-old man, and all he's got in his life are his video games, and it's just kind of sad in general that he's like so mad about pronouns. You're gonna see how mad he is about pronouns pretty soon, because I'm pretty sure Cav's just gonna like go full in on with this video, and he's just gonna show it all. Kitty Splain.
Yay, I'm here for a bit with you lovely folks.
Thank you so much for the 2 months. Welcome back, Kitty Splain. It's good to see you. So yeah, I'm gonna play this for you. Yeah, bear in mind, this is just the most annoying shit and embarrassing shit of all time.
Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself, think, oh my god, just think of this world, just think of all the planets I can visit, all the immersive things that I can get involved with, all the fights, all the relationships, all the people I meet, all the places I go. I'm so excited to go there. And you know, I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every conceivable opportunity so you can current day us. Sorry, did you want to get immersed?
Look at him, man. He's going to give himself a stroke. He's like genuinely gonna give himself a stroke by getting this mad at whatever. Like he literally says like current days, like he doesn't like modern things, and it's like, bro, you're playing a game about like space. Do you know what I mean? It's just so insane, you know? More like aneurysm. I'm not a doctor, but he's going to do himself a mischief, isn't he? He's going to do himself a mischief. All the people that you go and meet in the game is pronouns as well. That's exactly, it's true. It's true. I took advantage of the sale and I committed to you for 6 months. Oh my god.
My old chum.
Is that right? Kitty Splain. What the fuck? That didn't show up for me at all. Yo, hang on. What the fuck? Thank you for the follow, by the way. What is happening? Why did that not show up like that? Well, thank you so much anyway, Kitty Splain. I really appreciate that. If he gave himself a stroke, he might calm down. No, I don't mean a sexual stroke. I don't mean a sexual stroke. He's got action figures. I know. It's just really... Look, you can have action figures. It's fine. Like, but, you know, I'm going to cringe at you. We're keeping this freeze frame, to be honest. We're keeping this. We're going to make this an emote. I'm going to put this on BTTB. That's what's going to happen. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna crack on with the video just after I finish setting up the the title, and there it is. Anyway, let's crack on.
In our world, yeah, well, guess what? F***ing pronouns!
It's that bit. I'm annoyed that Cavs, like, censored it. Can I just, like, fine, guy gets mad at pronouns? Because him actually, like... saying fucking pronouns is funny as fuck. I need to see the video where he actually just swears. Can I not see that? Is it this? Oh,
Bethesda, there is...
Someone's done a YouTube poop. Someone's done a YouTube poop, chat. Wait, can you just like expand that, put it in YouTube? Let's have a little look at this.
Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than fucking pronouns!
There it is! There it is! There it is! It's right, it'll just show up and add to the months every month. Well, Kitty's playing, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate you subbing for 6 months in advance. Really appreciate you. Thank you for supporting me.
Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than fucking pronouns!
I don't think I've like had joy like that in a long time. You know, like it's been like such a long time since I've seen like a really angry right-winger get like so mad, like a gamer guy get mad at something like quote unquote woke, and just the way that he says it, you know what I mean? The way that he says it is so funny, man. It's like, bro, guitar man falling off chair vibes. Hey Adam, what's going on? Welcome in. No, yeah, the way that guy says that is funny, but he's like at least a bit like fucking hell, yeah. It's kind of like that. Yeah, it's kind of like that. But at least he has like some humility about it. Like he's like, I just fell off my fucking chair. Do you know what I mean? He's mad at himself. This guy's mad at like the letters he, him, she, her, they, them, fey, fair, it's like, come on, man. I bet that Bethesda's pronoun system isn't even woke enough to include neo-pronouns. I bet it's not even based enough to include neo-pronouns. I bet he's just mad at, like, pronouns that already exist, which is cringe, because he uses pronouns. Or maybe he doesn't. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know this guy's name, so I can't get their pronouns correct, can I? Who am I kidding? This guy would definitely freak out if you called him anything other than he, him. Of course he would. Dickhead. Pronouns is code for our existence. He's angry that I'm alive. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's what it all is. It's just all about transphobia. Like, that's all it is. He's just mad at trans people existing. He doesn't want to be reminded that, like, trans people exist just because they don't fit in with his worldview. That's all it is, you know. Hey Thasmada, how's it going? Tolkien inventing whole ass languages for his universe, amazing, inspiring. Skyrim introducing 40 words, so much reverence. Bethesda giving you pronouns. Fuck! Exactly. Right, anyway, let's watch this YouTube poop because it's pretty funny.
Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than fucking pronouns! I love balls! We're so fucking boring! We're so fucking boring! We're so fucking boring! We're so fucking boring! Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than to sit down, pee myself, think, oh my god, just think of this pee. There is nothing I love more than to suck balls! Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fuck myself.
This is good, chat. This is good. That's some high quality shit. I'm gonna try and contact this person. I'm gonna save this to my favorites. I'm gonna try and contact this person and see if they're okay with me using it as an alert. Like the whole thing. God, that's fucking good. That was so good. Anyway, there's the guy saying fucking pronouns. Very funny. Let's see what Cav's got to say about him. This is another bit, apparently, from like another day, or maybe the same day. He got like so annoyed and sweaty he had to change his shirt. But he's wearing a different shirt, so I'm assuming it's a different stream or some shit. So let's see what he says again.
Get pronouns!
Hello, everyone.
Okay,
once again,
just a different
from
bit.
the Tory capitalist dystopia of the United Kingdom. Now, today I have to bring you some sad news.
Oh,
While
no.
We often cover anti-SJWs on this channel. Most of them are American or Canadian, but it appears one of the worst of them is actually a British dude. You know,
Like, who is surprised at that? Is anyone surprised at that? He's also been caught lusting after a trans woman in She-Hulk until he was told that they were trans. You know, like, this isn't for me to say, but like, when I have been in public with, like, basically this has happened once while I've been there, and I was with a trans girl that I was seeing, and we went to the shop to get whatever, can't remember, and there was a guy there who basically started to hit on her, right? And he was like, what did he say? He said that really fucking annoying thing that guys say to like random people in the street, random girls in the street, where he's like, yeah, I know you, innit? And it's like, no, you fucking don't. Everybody knows that you don't know me, like whatever it is. And she was like, no, you don't. No, you don't. And then he just went, oh, that's a bloke. And I obviously turned around and went, no, she fucking isn't, mate. And she was like, no, leave it. Anyway, that was how it went down. But what happened there, and I think this is probably quite true for most cis-het men, is that they would probably find trans women very attractive because they are women, right? And then when they clock that they're trans, they go, oh no, and like immediately have to like solidify their masculinity, like whatever like shred they think of their masculinity still exists by going, well, just saying some transphobic shit, right? Do you know what I mean? So that's kind of like, I think generally, well, like a lot of this shit comes from, because it's like, you know, it's only ever men saying, you know, oh my God, you're tricking people. It's like, no, dude, there's like no tricks going on. Like, it's just such a vile thing to insist that trans women are trying to trick people into something, right? Do you know what I mean? It's so bad. Anyway. So yeah, I'm not surprised that he was like finding a trans girl attractive in She-Hulk and then probably lost his mind. You know, so bad. It's so bad. This guy's the potential to be a new Alex Jones meme. They turned the friggin' pronouns gay. Oh yeah, for sure. That's why I want to have him as an alert. It's pretty funny.
My relationship with the UK, all my grandparents are Irish who immigrated here in the 40s and 50s. So I don't really identify with this guy. And I don't really want to apologise for this guy. But I will want to say that even though this guy gives the UK like a terrible reputation, there is a lot of like nice, normal people here as well. And
there is. I will give him that. But like, you know, anyway. Can we call this guy the pronoun fucker? Yeah, definitely.
I would actually say,
definitely,
for all its faults and for all the anti-leftism, I don't think this guy is even a good representation of like maybe your average gamer dude who might lean right. Like, I don't even think most people in the UK care. Case in point, remember The Last of Us Part 2, lots of controversy. Talked to like my random friends about it. They all liked it. Didn't even understand what.
Yeah, no one's fucking asked. Literally, no one's asked.
Like that's just your average British gamer.
No, chat. Don't start doing the hashtag not all Brits in chat. Don't do it, because I'm not part of that. I'm not part of that. This guy's a good
representation of it. I think he's just.
I think all Brits. I'm hashtag yes all Brits, actually.
A man baby, and I also think he's
including me. I'm a terrible person. I'm one of the worst people alive. You should all know this about me, chat.
As well, like I don't think heel versus babyface or whatever his name is. I don't think.
Also, what is his name all about? Can I just ask? Like, because that's what I've learned. Heels versus babyface. Wait, what's this? YouTube streamer's viral meltdown over Starfield pronouns turns out to be an act of publicity. Are you joking me? Heel is a bad guy in wrestling? They're wrestling terms? Well, what do they mean, chat? It's all well and good telling me that they're wrestling terms. What does this guy think he's a... Thinks he's a wrestler? Oh, God. He just has, like... Oh my God, yeah, he's just grifting now. Look at this. This is so funny, man. Look at this shit. Man cancelled for having opinion on the internet. Fuck off, dude. It's actually like quite funny that you've only got 150,000 views on this and it's been out for a day. Like, come on, dude. You gotta be joking me. This is funny as fuck. Let's see. Let's see what we got. DC, Dead Company, Blue Beetle, bad film. He's just an absolutely standard procedure. I hate woke stuff. I mean, does he even like really promote that kind of stuff? He's mad at the Indiana Jones new film because it has a woman in it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Channel under attack. Fable devs try to silence my videos. There's like a picture of an NPC. Christ alive. Hey, Afral. Oh my God, long time no see. How you doing? Welcome in. The logo makes it look like it's not wrestling. Just haha, funny haha, hurt babies. There are faces and there are heels. Both attract fans for different reasons and in different ways. Oh my God, I don't even know. Imagine this guy being like, I've been cancelled. And it's like, bro, no one even knows you. What are you on about? You're being cancelled. What are you talking about?
He is genuinely angry about everything because we're going to show you a video of him getting very mad about Fable as well, because that's how I first saw his channel in the first place, was this unhinged reaction to the Fable trailer. But yeah, a bit of just a fun one today.
Is it because there's gays in it? Is that what it is, chat?
Politics, apart from how anti-wokeism just really rots your brain, where you just...
First one had a woman in it, I know!
Dumbest shit possible. And it's also funny calling Bethesda games woke. Like, you know, go back and play Fallout 3, New Vegas, and 4. Tell me what the politics of those games are. I've made a whole video about the politics of Fallout as well. So I don't know anything about Starfield's politics, to be honest. I'm looking forward to the game. I'm not going to have time to play it until like the end of the month. But you know what? I'm pretty sure it's going to be woke, because Bethesda have a track record of having games with left-wing politics. And nearly everything that's actually good is woke, to be honest, and everything anti-woke is bad. So I'm just going to talk about this guy's insane reaction. Going to play you the video if you don't know what I'm talking about. Going to look at other idiots like Dr. Disrespect. Like, these people, how do they have audiences? I really don't understand.
Dr. Disrespect is still going? He's doing anti-SJW really stuff now?
And then just talk about, I don't know, this guy in the past being a hypocrite and getting outraged about other dumb stuff.
Whoa, what? Dead Domain's video actually goes into what actually set him off. It was a trans person, or even pronouns. It was a character. They were a female clone of a male character. Oh, it wasn't a trans person or even pronouns. It was just a character, so they were a female clone. That makes so little sense, Middle-earth Marxist. I don't even know what you're on about.
Let me know what you guys think down in the comments about the backlash to they-them field. Also follow me on social media, at The Tabernacle, on Twitter, on Instagram.
Are they calling it they-them field? That's pretty funny, man. That's pretty funny.
On Blue Sky. Also consider becoming a patron as well. Trying to build up as many $1 to $3 patrons as possible. You get access to the Discord server, and message me for a code once you've joined.
He's on the
Patreon,
protecting children and get politics out of games. Okay.
Friend code and old exclusive content on the Patreon itself.
It was a character saying they happen to be a clone of a male character. Okay. I think I understand. Yeah, it's ridiculous that you got mad about that. Started freaking out how many women were in positions of power in the game. That made him explode. Really? Everyone that disappeared from the internet is now doing anti-woke content. Yeah, because they can't do anti-SJW content anymore. It's going to be this like vicious cycle of like, you know, it's going to be like, okay, we're gonna change the name of what it is. So it used to be like political correctness, then it was social justice warriors, and now it's woke, right? So it's like the right wing are going to be like, oh no, the woke mind virus, and the left wing are going to be like, this is why all this stuff is stupid, and then in a fucking year or two, it's going to be called something else. We should place bets, actually. No, I'm not seriously doing that. John Twitch, I'm not asking people to place bets. I'm not doing gambling. No, we don't do gambling on this here stream. No, we should do fake bets with no actual money involved, right? We should do fake bets with no money involved, right? No one's giving any money to anyone on what the next word is going to be.
And also, check out my second channel and check out the...
Cabernacle's got a second channel? What the fuck?
Down in the description. So choosing your pronouns, choosing your gender in video games has literally existed for, I don't know, nearly the whole history of video games. Choosing how people will refer to you within the game, your pronouns, happens all the time. No one has really cared. You had Pokemon asking, are you a boy? Are you a girl? Professor Oak in the first Pokemon game. You have like every single RPG ever where you just choose your character.
I bet when we see this guy's shelf in a minute, we're going to see multiple examples of this.
And then they will refer to you by
anti-literate, says Otter Nonsense. That's a good prediction.
And the only new
That's a good prediction. Something along those lines,
games, you can have they them pronouns. You can actually be non-binary, right? And it's happened a lot, like even
Wait, what game is this?
Gender. And the only new thing is, now in certain games, you can have they, them pronouns.
Chat, what game is this? Is this Rainbow Six?
You can actually be non-binary.
Oh, yeah, classified. Why would anyone choose other than gender class? No, I know why people would choose other than gender classified, but choosing my gender as classified would be that. I love that shit. Any information about me, classified. Sorry. You know? Name, classified. Gender, classified.
Right?
Penis size, classified.
And it's happened a lot, like even Call of Duty had it. You could be a they, them. CIA agent over...
Oh, it's Call of Duty, no way!
...throwing democracies in Latin America to install fascist dictators. You could be transgender in a game like Cyberpunk 2077. Yeah, there's a lot of games...
My gender is censored, right? Yeah.
But you'll notice there's a bit of selective outrage, because... Do you guys remember Cyberpunk having a backlash about this? Like, yeah, maybe there was a small one, but I don't remember it. When I say this is grifting, that's something worth remembering, because they had certain targets. Because, yeah, Call of Duty had it. Are they leading the charge against Call of Duty back then? Black Ops Cold War?
Kitty's playing. No, so Dr. Disrespect, listen. That was how Dr. Disrespect got away with being a piece of shit, right? That was his whole shtick that he started in, like, 2017... 2018, where he's like, I'm playing a character, it's not really me, and it's just like, he was like wearing like a wig and glasses and shit like that, and it's completely absurd. He would just like use that to be like extremely offensive in his streaming and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it was all like a big cover just so he could be offensive, like really fucking annoying shit.
Cyberpunk had it. I don't remember a huge backlash against that game for that particular reason, and now that game's really popular, and I don't think anyone's going to have a big backlash against that sort of thing. But Starfield is having a moment where people are working out how they feel about the game. And there's been a lot of negative reaction to the game, being like, it's just another Bethesda game, it's Fallout 4 in space. So these people are looking for an angle to grift in. And because they know it might be more polarizing in their head if you say this game is just straight out trash, because they know Bethesda games are popular, lots of right-wing people will play these games and like them, they instead focus on something more stupid. The fact that you can choose they, them pronouns in a game, or more broadly just any pronouns, and apparently that's very unbelievable in a future sci-fi galaxy which, you know, transcends planet Earth itself.
Yep, right,
the most
exactly.
Unbelievable thing about that is they, them pronouns being in the game probably set like hundreds of years like in the future.
Wait till this guy hears about verbs.
Star Wars and people saying like...
I said that yesterday,
you know,
chat.
Star Wars gone woke
don't hate me.
because there's non-binary people. In a universe which has like infinite numbers of alien species, it's, you know, they, them pronouns is the most unbelievable that humans use. So anyway, this guy called Dan Vask posts this rant, this guy's video. So Western gaming with a Y... industry with the mighty heel.
This is so funny. Bro, you have no idea how much I wish this was true. You have no idea how much I wish the Western gaming industry was spelt with a Y. Oh, that is funny as shit, man.
Versus Babyface. And I'm going to subject you to this. I'm not sure how much I will play. But if you haven't watched this before, I
Here it
think
is,
you're in
chat.
for a bit of a treat. So here we go.
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Pronouns! Gender ambiguity! In current day Californian shit!
Wait, like, what do you mean? Bro, you are in Britain. He knows his audience, doesn't he? This guy's audience is going to be overwhelmingly American. They're going to be overwhelmingly from the United States. So he knows his audience. He's like, California bullshit. This stuff only exists in California. No, this clip was not meant to make him sound good, Mr. Fish. No. No, not at all. Oh, you mean from his perspective? Probably. Fucking probably. Like, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. I don't understand. Like, this is kind of like new for like right-wing reactionary grifters who do gaming content and all that stuff, right? Because like, they rarely get like this mad, do they? They rarely get so mad that they look like they're going to explode. It's only like Alex Jones who does that kind of stuff, like gets so mad that he's like screaming with spittle at the screen. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, you know, right, you see this all the time. It's like, it's all over the world. It's not just like, you know, it's just ridiculous. I'm sure he's fully aware he's debasing himself. Maybe, I don't know. I used to follow Dan Vask on YouTube, but then he did a thing with Jordan Peterson and I could see where he was headed. I don't even know who that guy is. I don't even know who that guy fucking is. I'm blessed over here, chat. But it's just so funny that he's like, oh, current day California. Like, he thinks that, like, people who respect pronouns or, you know, trans people themselves or non-binary people only exist in California. Like, what is he talking about? We had, like, a census in the UK recently that showed that there were, like, hundreds of thousands of trans people. You know what I mean? It's still like a big minority, but like, you know, it doesn't just exist in California. It's so funny. This dude has also said he wants to move to Russia and mistakenly called its capital Kiev. Although on second thought, I wonder if it was a slip. If he's a shit that thinks that Ukraine should be part of Russia. He claims he meant to say Moscow. Yeah, he's just a grifter. So he'll say whatever he thinks is going to get him clicks. Do you know what I mean? Like, Russia would gladly take this guy, but it's so funny because, again, it's kind of like, it's like, you know, when you see those, like, Nazi weeaboos, and they think, like, oh, I would be so respected in Nazi Germany or, like, imperialist Japan. And it's like, bro, they would put you on the front lines with the worst ammunition of all time as, like, a distraction thing. You would be dead in seconds. That's what would happen. That's actually what would happen. Do you know what I mean? You would be nothing more than a useful meatbag to them. It's so funny, man. Like, yeah, sure, dude, go move to Russia. Go move to Moscow. Go fight for the fucking Russian army, bro. You will be dead in minutes. Do you know what I mean? If that's what you fucking want, man. If that's what you fucking want, go for it. I ain't stopping you.
That's all we can know! Because we're boring! We're so boring! We can't see past our own reflection.
What do you mean? What does that? what does that even mean? He's so mad. He's not even making sense. What does that mean, dude? We can't see past our own reflection. Like, in what regard? Like, do you really seriously think that, like, Bethesda CEOs, you know, Todd Howard, all these people who are, like, you know, making all this fucking dough and shit like that are actually thinking, like, yes, we're doing the woke agenda. We're forcing gay stuff down people's throats. We're doing it on purpose. It's just not like a thing that's happening, dude. Like, you're completely obsessed. Bethesda are like liberal at best. And they like did something absolutely horrific to a trans woman. You would like actually really love what they did to that trans woman. And you would probably demand that they did worse things to her. You know what I mean? It's just the dumbest shit that this guy's talking about.
That's the level of our narcissism here at Bethesda Western Game Company. Your immersion, you having a good time, you falling into a world and just getting lost. No. Current day. You
Loads of people are able to do that, though. Loads of people are able to do that, though. Like, it's just you, bro. Like, you're the only person who's thinking this. Hey, Emmy, what's going on? Welcome in. Glad I could catch before the end of the stream. Haven't been able to catch streams for a while. Moving as a heck. Had to help my flatmate a load because the new place fell through. Yeah, no worries. Something for some gay stuff down my throat. Yeah, for sure. Sure. Remember, he has yet to encounter a trans person in the game. Yeah, I know. It's so dumb. It's all just a grift so he can get... Like, look, it's working. It's working. He's becoming popular. Marginally so. Or something. Ben Shapiro's noticed him. Probably Jordan Peterson has noticed him or whatever. You know what I mean? I have difficulty taking a screaming middle-aged man with weeb figurines behind him. Seriously, it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Like, he has got weeb figurines behind him, hasn't he? He's definitely got, like, a Goku there. I can see a Goku with, like, the Super Saiyan hair. Or maybe it's Cloud Strife. But, like, I'm absolutely certain you could choose to be like a male character or a female character. And in fact, there are actually gender ambiguous characters in Dragon Ball Z, aren't there? Actually. One of the main villains. Who am I talking about, chat? Dragon Ball Z fans, sound off in the chat. Who am I talking about? Sounds like a kitchen appliance. So... What are you talking about? Yes, that's absolutely right. I'm talking about Frieza. Yes, the one Dragon Ball Z chatter fan, Middle Earth Marxist. Thanks for indulging me there. Yes, I'm talking about Frieza.
Boring! You're f***ing dull! You have nothing to say! You are a one-hived mind twat waffle! And you wonder why people are getting so fucking sick and tired!
Twat waffle, My partner is shouting the answer. She's such a nerd. Yeah, big up your partner. That's funny. Oh, that is so funny. Frieza is gender ambiguous and has a sore tummy. It's true. It's true. Like all the hot people. Frieza's got IBS. It's sad. I know. Yeah, it's just so... This shit is so funny. Like, using the word twat waffle is like... You know what? When you oh man, someone said recently. It's that tweet. I don't know if it's the Tommy Needy Drinky tweet. I think it is, isn't it? I think it's like the Tommy Needy Drinky tweet where that guy said, between Bernie Bros and Jeremy Corbyn, it's been a cromulent fuck stumple of a day. Tommy Needy Drinky. It's like, bro, anyone who like uses language like that is like fundamentally flawed. Like, you're past it. Do you know what I mean? It's time to get in the fucking funeral home. Start planning it, dude. Get your will written because you're on the way out, bro. Like, that is like the beginning of the end. It's the beginning of the end. As soon as you start to like say stuff like that, like, game over, man. Game fucking over.
You take everything we love, all our emotions, all our fantasies, all our escapism, and you just can't help shovel your dog ideology into everything.
Wait, how how did he just say fucking really long there, or did he say fucking cunting bollock? Did he say like multiple swear words?
Our escapism, and you just can't help shovel your
dog shit fucking crap is what he said. Dog shit fucking crap. Vegeta is just a bisexual icon, I believe, just like djmuel. I'm willing to believe that Vegeta is bisexual. Yeah, why not?
Why not? Into everything, every single solitary thing.
So if you're thinking,
bro, it's just a game. It's just a video game, dude. She's arguing that Boo is also gender fluid. Boo is definitely gender fluid. I agree. Yeah, I agree. For sure. 100%. Yeah. I just think it's wild that a master race, best gender, alpha male guy is so goddamn concerned about escapism. Like, I thought you were like a 10 out of 10 life guy. Yeah, well, that's what it is. It's that like hypocrisy again, isn't it? Where they're like, you know, I just don't know, man. I just don't know anymore. Like the ideology is so hypocritical in so many different ways. Like, contradicts itself so much. Do you know what I mean? There are like full on Proud Boys who are like out there like actively assaulting women, trans people, people of color, you know, taking guns to protest and shit like that. And they say things like playing fucking video games is degeneracy. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like if there was any kind of like right-wing populist uprising, like if January 6th like actually happened or whatever, I think the gamers are like probably like up there with the people that they would want to genocide. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm absolutely fucking convinced of it. I'm absolutely convinced of it. Twat Waffle is out. How about fuck nuggets? You can have fuck nuggets. That's fine. That's okay. That's okay. For now. Yeah.
King.
Hey, Gobs, what's going on? Could I get a shout out for Goblin Hugger, please?
Horrible incel anti-SJWs. You'd be right, because actually, it seems nothing brings people together than a man baby, like literal neckbeard,
B-Rat
embarrassing himself on camera. Because I've seen people.
B-Rat, thank you so much for the 18 months.
Who have like terrible takes on certain things. Actually calling this guy out for being absolutely hysterical about this. But it's so funny, like I said, Bethesda games are very political, always political. Fallout is actually like a satire.
Poir is a gender ambiguous character. Very true. Very, very, very true. Also, hi Rohamild, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're talking Dragon Ball. We're talking about the fact that this guy has like statues. You know, if he likes Escape, I bet this guy doesn't even watch Dragon Ball. This is reminding me that I need to rewatch Dragon Ball because I fucking love it so much. Do you know what I mean? Oh, I do really like Dragon Ball Z. And I actually quite like Dragon Ball as well. Dragon Ball is a pretty fun show. Because it's like 80s, innit? Do you know what I mean? I fucking love like 80s, 90s animes. You've never seen it. Well, you know, it's up to you. If you like anime, if you like shonen stuff. I got into it as a kid. So, you know, if you're like older than like, well, you shouldn't be younger than 18 if you're in this stream, basically. So, yeah, no, you shouldn't be. But if you're like older than 18, like I don't think you're gonna enjoy it. I've only ever seen the abridged series, and that's aged like milk. Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, I've never seen abridged. I would watch the full series. You know. Also, if he has Final Fantasy figures, could he have even paid attention to a Final Fantasy game? Cloud literally kills it in drag. Yeah, but that specifically, he does that to be like a spy, right? So that would fit in with their ideology that like trans people or drag queens, specifically drag queens and trans women, are like men trying to get into women's spaces and stuff. So actually that would probably like work for him. Bad example. See, I don't fucking like Final Fantasy, but I know the fucking story. I I had to watch an ex-partner play through fucking all of it. Actually, it was quite fun. I wasn't opposed to it. It's just not my it's not my cup of tea, as Spike Lee would say.
Of like American conservatism in like the 1950s and stuff, right? Has a lot of anti-capitalism in there. He's talking about.
Hey Zach, what's going on? Can I get a shout out for Zach, please? Shafiq,
a leftist. The first transgender MP in the UK was a Tory, right?
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah,
being trans and having they/them pronouns is not inherently woke or political, right?
What are you eating, Zach?
Yeah, just like so embarrassing. And he's talking about, you ruin everything, Bethesda. Just don't play it, dude. It's not like an existing property. It's a completely new IP. Don't play it. If it makes you so angry, don't play it.
Yeah, literally don't play it, dude.
Conservative game. Go play that game starring Mickey Rourke, that anti-communist game where he goes to North Korea and goes on a rampage, right? Go play that.
Oh my god.
Go play something that fits in more of your ideology. Leave the actual good games to everyone else.
Chat, Zach's eating something really weird. What is it, Zach?
Care that you can choose as a player character to be non-binary. Choose being the important word. Neckbeard, just choose to be a dude who goes by he, him. Again, it's like bottom of the barrel. But it's funny because if he's not actually
so it looks like Cav doesn't know the score about the the thing that you said, Middle Earth Marxist, and I think this is what Odnon was talking about as well, the Dead Domain video. Should we take a look at this guy, Dead Domain? Dead Domain YouTube. Who's Dead Domain? Oh, sorry, I don't know if guy is the right thing to say. Dead Domain is a person. Thin rice cakes with olive spread, and then thin sweet gherkin bits sprinkled with nutritional yeast and a little salt. That sounds divine. Excuse me, Zakap, actually. Dead Domain, where's their video? Oh, here we go. Oh, it's 28 minutes long. Yeah, we can't watch this right now, but let's just like sort of skip to the bit where they talk about like the actual like thing that he's mad at. Hold up, is this it here? Oh my god, chat, they're a streamer. Oh no.
It's so interesting to see how he turns though, because watch how he reacts when somebody on his stream just asks, how's the game? He is mostly positive.
Jags play with the 2 dots is how you liking it so far. I'm a bit on the fence. So far, and don't take this the wrong way. So far, it's fine. It's not rocky, it's not blowing my mind, but it's solid. It's fine. So I don't have too many complaints. My only sort of gripe at the minute is the space combat seems really janky, and that could definitely do with
Right, so he like loves the game. Where's the bit? Where's the bit? Where is the bit where he gets like... Oh, here we go. Let's check it out.
Oh, so I've got to say yes. Okay.
Considered?
Yeah, well, I've got no choice. You got a blue blob above your head. The only thing I can do is go get
be a UC citizen tomorrow if you get the job done.
Oh, whatever. Fucking whatever.
I'm glad to hear.
Hey, the Winter, welcome in.
We, of course, won't be sending you in with.
Look, I promise not to misgender anyone, okay?
Deputy McIntyre in the
again, he's just.
Well, I don't actually. I take that back.
He's not like nothing's happened.
I'll use words instead of guns. How about that?
And on behalf
he's not
of all of the
reacting to anything.
You have our thanks.
He's just making this shit up. Like, he's just coming up with an imaginary reason to be mad at trans people and pronouns.
I was so excited for this game.
I'll make sure they get what they require.
Why is everybody in a position of power female? Deputy Elizabeth.
That must make you my Vanguard captain.
Dude, come on. He did like a 5-hour live stream and like all he did was complain. I can't like when I watch gaming streams, chat, which I do, believe it or not. I'm a bit of a gamer. I will hold my hands up. You know what I mean? Like I, partake in the viewing of Twitch and playing video games and all that stuff. The thing that really turns me off on a gaming stream is when people just complain about the game. You know what I mean? I fucking hate it. I am a degenerate, Queen Pib. It's true. It's a sad life to live, but I did complete Sonic Mania Encore mode for the first time, 100% today, and I was so proud of myself. I know, it is a bit cringe. But this is your streamer. This is your streamer, chat. Anyway. I'm at a point where I feel like right-wingers are just a giant group of trolls. Yeah, I mean, you're right, like, in a sense. Like, I don't know, like, how deep in the source you are, like, in terms of, like, Twitch politics and left-wing politics and shit like that. But, like, it's so obvious that everything that they're doing is a grift. Like, they're doing it to make money. They're doing it to... It's like outrage, clicks. Do you know what I mean? And shit like that. Yeah, terrible, honestly. So, yeah, that's legitimately what a lot of it is. They know that they're wrong. They just don't care. That's the thing. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Like a bad game could be good for entertainment or camp, but there's a line where it's like, okay, this just isn't it. Right, exactly. What about tech issue streams? I mean, not going to lie, I've got limited patience for a lot of stuff. Your poor DJ mum, I know. And she's a gamer as well. So she's extra disappointed because she knows how embarrassing it is to be a gamer. So there you go. I hate it when people just complain about the game the whole time they play. It's like them play something you like. Sometimes it can be funny, like when the game is 7 Days to Die and the player hates it. That's different. That's a bad game. That's an actually bad game. Do you know what I mean? That's different. Like, if someone's just playing, like, the game of the minute. Like, I know loads of streamers who are playing, I nearly said pronouns. I know loads of streamers who are playing pronoun field, or what are people calling it? They, them field? I know loads of streamers who are playing they, them field at the minute. Like, yeah, if I saw people complaining, I would be like, no, you know, I'm not gonna. Because at the end of the day, even, like, this game is bad in some ways, in the way that it's, like, very broken, but that's just funny, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? That is actually just very funny when, like, it glitches out and all that stuff. Like, we were doing that yesterday with Steph Sterling's video, you know, checking out the Starfield thing. Anyway, Dead Domain seems pretty cool, chat. Do we know what their pronouns are? Damn, that streamer looks like they've got pronouns. What can I, like, find them on Twitch? Anyway, I found a new person to watch and enjoy. Thank you for that, chat. They, them. Okay, cool. I was right to assume the standard position. Yeah, good night, Thomuel. Thank you for being here. Appreciate that. So yeah, very cool. Go show them some love, chat. Why not? They seem pretty based. There you go. Right, so where am I up to now? We've watched that. We've watched Dead Domain. Get rid of that. We're back on the Tabernacle. Okay, right. We'll jump it back into this one.
This, like, person, and he's just grifting, trying to, like, make some outrage where none really exists. The level he goes for that is so funny. But the thing is, I'm in two minds, really, because I've heard him say the exact same rant, literally word for word, nearly, on other stuff. So I don't really know, to be honest.
Oh, they're not on Twitch.
That was really funny. And like I said, there was a pretty unanimous dunking on him. And pretty rare Actman Twitter W. He responds to this saying, gorilla-shaped man on the verge of crying because Starfield lets you pick pronouns at the start of the game and then it's never brought up again. But
we know that, like, he doesn't actually get mad for that reason. We know that, like, because of the Dead Domain video, we didn't see it on stream just then, but I'm going to trust what Middle-earth Marxist says. In the Dead Domain video, we found out that, like, the only reason he reacts like this is because he speaks to someone who says they are a clone of a man and they end up being a woman. You know, it's like, okay, dude, like, relax. Fucking relax. Hey, half a laptop, welcome in.
You shoot this guy with a bear tranquilizer, he's going to attack someone. And then reply to someone who's asking about it. He says, I think obsessing over pronouns is as cringe as the next reasonable man. But I'm like 8 hours in and I cannot recall a single moment when my character's pronouns are brought up. It's such a superfluous issue.
Yeah.
Review Tech USA, who granted is more left-leaning than the Act Man, saying, I'm jealous. I want to live in heel versus babyface's world where life is so easy that pronouns in a character creation screen cause me to rage like this.
It's true. It's true. Oh, they are on Twitch. Oh, thanks, Middle-earth Marxist. Yeah, well, there you go. Let's go ahead and give him a follow.
What conservatives can't even, like, accept is if a game does not agree with their politics, they just don't like it.
Damn, chat, what the fuck? Why have they only got 278 followers? Everybody needs to go and follow Dead Domain immediately. Seems like a really, really cool streamer. What is that about? That's not fair. Everybody go follow Dead Domain. Deserves way more follows. Does anyone know the lore of Starfield? Basically, just want to know if there's Earth, and if not, why not? And can you land on it if so? There you go, chat. Zach has asked the question. Everybody go and do some research. I don't fucking know or care.
They want everything to conform to their worldview because that's what being a conservative is, right? You want the status quo. You want the world either how it is right now or you want to even revert it back to an earlier state, right? So if you're playing something that challenges, like, norms of any kind in society or dissect the politics of stuff, you're not going to want that because it could, like, chip into your brain and affect your worldview.
Hey, Nathaniel, welcome in. Good to see you.
That don't agree with you. It also shows how insecure they are because I have no problem
the
saying
soul system is in Starfield. What does that mean? What is that?
Call of Duty Black Ops 1's campaign. It's literally, like, racist, anti-communist propaganda, but it's still, like, a good game, right? It's still fun to play, and has fun levels, the politics of it are trash. Same with, you know, Modern Warfare games as well, right? I can remove my own personal politics.
That's the sci-fi for our solar system. Listen, it's not quite an acronym, but I'm gonna do the acronym command in the chat. Oh shit, it didn't work. Acronyms, don't do it.
From the experience and critically analyze
acronyms,
the game
don't fucking do it.
Say, yeah, the politics are trash. Doesn't mean I can't play this and take.
Just say what it is, because I'll ask you to say it again anyway.
This guy couldn't just ignore the pronouns. He has to go on some crazy rant about it, because again, if it doesn't conform to his worldview, it's not worth playing. But if Starfield went on a big, long, like, anti-communist, anti-woke rant at the start, he'd probably love that, wouldn't he? He wouldn't.
The sun has a name, and it's Sol? No, it's not. It's the sun. What are you on about? If we're in sci-fi, we'd be Sol 3. No, we're on the Earth. No, stop it. We're not in sci-fi. We're in reality. Stop it. What's happening? What are you talking about?
Say, oh, current year Texas politics. In fact,
it's not. It's just the sun.
All the games. He'd be like, yeah, that's awesome. I
Helios. No, stop it.
Now the App Man also tweeted out.
This is my. I'm having my heels versus babyface moment right now. This is the woke agenda happening right now, chat. I can't believe it. They're trying to cancel the sun. The sun is called the sun. That's the end of it. None of this progressive stuff. I don't want to hear any. The sun is called Sol. It's not. It's called the sun. That's what it's called. That's the end of it. You know? Our sun is named the sun. The moon is the moon. That's it. I'm not doing any other new stuff. Sol is Latin. Helios is Greek. Well, I am neither. So that's that, isn't it? That's the end of that. His limit was pronouns. The streamer's limit is the soul. Don't start. Country back. Sun back. Claim the sun. Reclaim our sun. In all seriousness, though, it is quite interesting. You know, it is quite interesting that there's different names for the sun. I like it. I do like it, actually.
Another clip of his hypocrisy.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I want to see what that guy who screamed about the pronouns in Starfield thought about the Hogwarts Legacy boycott, and I was not disappointed. Okay, let's see what's going on.
Now, the App Man also tweeted out another clip of his hypocrisy compared to how he covered Hogwarts
Yeah, we got to see
Legacy.
this, chap.
And this was really funny. And the App Man saying, so I wanted to see what the guy who screamed about pronouns in Starfield thought about the Hogwarts Legacy boycott, and I was not disappointed. The hypocrisy is prophetic.
I will not be berated, bullied, intimidated into not playing a game because you think it attacks you or goes against your ideology.
Oh, there was so many people just saying this stuff. There were so many people saying this stuff at the time. Oh, I will not be bullied. I will not be berated. Yeah, well, guess what, bro? You're getting berated, man. You are getting berated. Deal with it. Fucking deal with it, man. If getting berated for playing Hogwarts Legacy is the most of a pain that you ever have to go through this year, oh my god, dude. Congrats. Like, legitimately congrats. Honestly. I couldn't think of an easier life. You know? Fuck me. I just can't.
Boof who? Man up! Pronouns! Boof who? Man up!
Chat, let's get that YouTube poop on again. I gotta see that again, man. I gotta see that again.
Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than fucking pronouns! I love boring! We're so fucking boring! We're so fucking boring! We're so fucking boring! We're so fucking boring! Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than to sit down, peep myself, think, oh my god, there is nothing I love more than to suck balls. Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fuck myself.
So good. That's the real shit. That's the real shit.
Gender ambiguity! You'd think it attacks you or goes against your ideology, and you just can't help shovel your... You'd think it attacks you or goes against your ideology.
You know what happened, don't you? Like, this guy, like, I'm a streamer. I know about creating content, yeah? I know about clippable moments, yeah? I know about that shit. I know about doing clippable moments. This might even end up as a clippable moment in some of my content in the future. It's entirely possible, right? And probably what's happened is this guy was just streaming his normal stuff, and he had like a bit more monster energy than he normally does. And he thought he had a genius moment, a eureka moment, and he went, I'm going to create a man that is so stinky, that is so unwashed and sweaty and flicking spittle all from his mouth. And it's going to go viral. And you know what, bro? Got to hand it to you, because you did it. You did it in the most annoying way possible. You know? I also love how on one hand right-wingers complain about woke cancel culture ruining everything. It's the actual cancel culture absolutely failing and laughing at it, completely ignoring the fact that, oh, apparently cancel culture isn't as bad as it thought. Yeah, I mean, it's hypocrisy the whole way down.
Ideology.
Hypocrisy the whole way down.
Ideology into everything! You'd think it attacks you or goes against your ideology.
I mean, I will say about the cancel culture thing is that, like, the reason that they say cancel culture doesn't work is because they also engage in it. So do not be so naive as to think that cancel culture doesn't work, because it can, quote unquote, work, right? Not work for the initial intended reasons, etc., etc. Hello, by the way, I've been cancelled, so it can be extremely bad and extremely distressing. And, you know, I think when the right say cancel culture doesn't work, ha ha ha, this doesn't work, I think that is like a bit of a smokescreen to be like, oh yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, cancel culture just doesn't work on conservatives. It doesn't work on people in power. It doesn't work on anyone who has like a shred of power or a shred of privilege in the world, right?
Goes against your ideology. Goes against your ideology. We can't see past our own reflection.
So yeah, is it surprising he's a hypocrite? He's also not freaking out that there's a transgender character in Hogwarts Legacy as well, and that I think everyone has they them pronouns in Hogwarts Legacy, so people can choose like whatever gender they want. Because
also, did someone in the stream say this? I think someone in the stream said this. But I might be wrong. Maybe it was someone on Blue Sky earlier today. But like, I think in like previous Bethesda games, they've only had what's it called? They've only had they them pronouns at all because it was too much work to go back and re-record everything. You know? Hey Kai Cord, yeah, we're talking about the Starfield guy. We're nearly done though. Nearly done. Very soon. This is so sad. I'm thinking about the Murderbot book series, how we can never enjoy one of the best sci-fi stories ever written by a woman as a non-binary main character. Well, again, he's going to be absorbing and consuming all of this like sci-fi anime content and shit like that. And he's not going to notice any of that stuff, is he? He will have never noticed that stuff until, It's funny because it is literally like NPC behavior. Like right wingers are always talking about like quote unquote NPC behavior. But they engage in that quite a lot. Hey Fish, how's it going? I love you too. Welcome in. Hey Leftwood Edward, I finished New Vegas recently. The characters know which gender you are and change their dialogue to fit. I think it's in previous games. I don't know if it's New Vegas.
Everything is gender neutral in that game, right? He's not freaking out about that. He's saying to people like me who like told people not to buy the game, oh, What a snowflake. You don't want to play a game that goes against your ideology, even though stuff probably in the game that he would hate more than me. I just don't like the person behind Harry Potter, for example. But yeah, hypocrite, grifter, baby, neckbeard, snowflake, all apply to this guy. But just for a fun little bonus thing, I actually covered this guy before. And this was funny as well. And it's a video I keep getting comments on from angry incels. So Fable had a trailer that came out, a couple months ago.
Oh, did Cav do a video about this guy getting mad at this?
Who just looked like some sort of medieval peasant. And because she wasn't like super objectified and these guys, didn't want to have sex with her and stuff like that, they all got really mad that it's wokeness ruining Fable before it's even begun. And
why would you not be sexually attracted to this person? That's absurd. They're really, really hot. What is going on? What is wrong with men? Chat. What's wrong with them?
Of course, this neckbeard.
I remember being like a young guy, a teenager, and like saying that like certain people were attractive, and like if they didn't quite fit like, the bizarre twisted version of like what they think is hot that's been told to them by like generations and generations of media and white supremacist colonialist nonsense of what like a hot woman is. If it didn't quite fit that description, they would always be like, "Ugh, she's gross, bro," or like, "Ugh, like that's a man," or some shit like that, And it's like, what are you talking about? Like, it's some of the worst shit. That's some of the worst shit. Swear to God.
Was one among them who got very mad.
I don't know about that, the winner.
So let's listen to him.
No
rant
idea.
about something different.
When I initially saw this character model, I thought something's wrong here. It doesn't make a lick of sense. And then I put it down to possibly one of two things. The first one being just really bad design. They were just terrible at character model design. And this is what they came up with. And I thought, nah, I don't believe in that level of incompetence. So I thought...
Chat, this guy thinks he knows about bad character modeling in video games. Yeah? Does everybody remember what stream is tomorrow? Hands up in the chat if you know. If you know what stream's tomorrow. For those of you that aren't that familiar with the djmuel stream, we have a very special stream on the first Wednesday of the month. It does sound like Bean Goose, doesn't it? It does. Catgirl Steph is really close in getting that right. It is indeed Bingus tomorrow. That's right. It's Trash Bingus tomorrow. So if you want to see some actually horribly designed character models, I can guarantee you there's going to be plenty on this here stream tomorrow, where I'm going to be playing a bunch of garbage games. Chat will all play Bingus along. Look how excited the regulars are. Look how excited they are. They're all so excited. And you should be too. It's one of the best streams around. I'm not going to play Fable, Maxime. What are you talking about? That's exactly the opposite of the joke I was making. But welcome to the stream. How you doing? And also, hi, Andy. It's good to see you too. But yeah, he's like, just, like, what the fuck? He's like, oh, this is such bad character models. Like, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, man.
It has to be the second one, which was purposely create a female protagonist that is as ugly as sin because male gay.
Bro has never seen anyone who looks different to like this before. What you want to... I don't believe in ugly, right? I actually genuinely don't believe in it. And that's because I don't believe in most of the lies that neoliberal, colonialist capitalism and fascism has said, to us throughout the years, throughout the decades, yeah? But if we're just going to like dip our toe into like his sort of like world for a second, it's like, what are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? Ugly. Like, even in this guy's understanding of what, like, ugly is, which I used to be in for a long fucking time, and hell, I'm still trying to do work to unpick that shit, it doesn't even come close. Like, what are you on about? It's just dumb as fuck, man. I bet if this guy had, like, met someone who looked like this in real life, and she showed, like, a lick of interest in him, he wouldn't be saying this shit. Not in a million years. I'm shocked the darker skinned character is the one he has issue with. Right. Yeah. That too. You know? Imagine admitting on the internet that you've never seen a woman. I know. Completely.
We can't have them having
No, it is,
anything
Andy. It is a
attractive
grift.
to look at. No, we're going to make the female character hug ugly, and so they have to play with her because we are living in the most pathetic timeline possible.
Oh, bro, you're right. You're so right. But it is nothing to do with the things that you're talking about.
Can't have a normal...
Whoa, hang on a minute. Chat, who is this? Computer enhance. Chat, what is that? Chat, what is that? That is like, as soon as I saw that, like, monkey brain activate, pattern recognition brain activate. Is that Samus? RC, the girl transformer. So it is a girl. It is a girl from a piece of media. So he has a statue of a girl from a piece of media on his shelf. Is that what you're saying? Okay. A transformer, no less. So, you know, I just wonder how many other little characters he's got on here. That might be the only femme sort of character. Isn't RC like canonically trans? Maybe. Should we Google it? Whoa! In an exchange with Marissa Fairborn, RC explicitly confirms she has always been transgender. No way! Chat, no way! No fucking way! Oh, man. Who's gonna tell him? No way, dude. No fucking way. Is that actually her, then? No. Oh, my God, it is. Oh, my God, it is. Oh, my God, it is. It actually is. It actually is. That's the character. Hold up. How do I open image in new tab? So like that's the character he's got on his shelf for sure. Whoa. Oh, for God's sake. There. That's the character he's got on his shelf. Right? And it says here, now I'm no Transformers guy. I don't know nothing about the Transformers other than when I was like a small baby, I used to sing the song and be like, Transformers, robots in disguise. Like that's the limit. That is like the limit of my understanding of Transformers. Yeah, but I've just done a Google and it says here, wait a sec, chat. Oh, conceptual origins. Simon Furman. I'm going to zoom in on this because I can't fucking read it. And chat won't be able to see it as well. Simon Furman has traditionally not been a fan of female Transformers or the idea of gendering Transformers at all. Interesting. Stating on several occasions he doesn't understand why robots would have women. RC's origin in the IDW continuity attempted to apply a rationale to the whole issue. Under his pen, the Transformers of the IDW continuity were treated as a genderless race, albeit one that used male pronouns out of convenience. Thus, Furman's original treatment for RC was that she was one of these genderless robots that had been genetically altered implicitly against their will, and that her new gender separated her from other Transformers. When Windblade was introduced to IDW Mythos, author Margaret Scott stated that Windblade's femininity would not be treated as an aberration, noting that RC's origin could be seen as offensive to women, especially those who were transgender. Furman's insistence that Cybertronians are genderless, not male by default, extended to a post where he wrote, though the two authors later talked in private and settled the beef, Scott would seemingly hew closer to 2014 Furman's original concept for the character during the few interests in which she wrote for the character with RC, expressed a dislike for bots who change others against their will. Yada, 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 yada. Where is the actual word? Can I see it? Okay, here we go. Despite years of such remarks, it would not be until the very last issue of the original IDW continuity that would finally lay out exactly what happened between Jaxus and Arcee, with Barber receiving assistance from fan Genevieve Frank for nuance. In an exchange with Marissa Fairbairn, Arcee explicitly confirmed that she had always been transgender, describing herself as a forged male. Arcee had voluntarily sought out the assistance of Jaxus to aid her in her transition. Boom. Let's fucking go, chat. My man has a transgender
Bethesda,
robot on his shelf. He has a transgender robot on his shelf. And in fact, what we just read seems to imply that every transformer is in fact genderless, isn't it? So actually, he has multiple characters who use pronouns in the way that he wouldn't like, and in fact are gender ambiguous in the way that he wouldn't like, on his shelf behind him while he's complaining about that thing being in his video games. So that's that. That's that, isn't it?
Female protagonist that is as ugly as sin because male gaze. We can't have them having anything attractive to look at.
I hate this guy so much.
We're going to make the female character hug ugly, and so they have to play with her because we are living in the most pathetic timeline possible. We just can't have a normal game anymore. No, they can't.
Chat, is it me, or can you see like his frown lines forming in his head as he's like saying this stuff?
Help themselves. They have to pack in like a turkey at Christmas or Thanksgiving. They got to pack in.
He knows his audience is overwhelmingly American. That's why he said Thanksgiving as well. Extra hate-worthy, he uses Transformer as a slur. Wait, what? It also made a point for trans healthcare falling by the wayside, stating that her violent nature was a result of lack of aftercare and bad meds. Is that true?
As much as their political messaging and ideology and into every single solitary game as possible. And then when it's rejected, oh, you bigots, you racists, you homophobes, oh, you bring it on yourself, always.
It's true, chat, actually. I bring on the biphobia. You know, when I've been called the F slur, I was bringing it on by acting like one. To be fair, he's right. God, what a piece of shit. You bring it on yourself. Oh, dude, you have no idea the things that I want to say right now, but I can't because I'm on a live stream on Twitch.
People just want a normal game to play, a normal film to watch, a normal TV show to sit down at the evening with a meal or some snacks. But you just can't help yourself. Everything, every single solitary thing to you has got to be a political message or some sort of ideological token. You're broken people.
God, dude, this guy is broken, isn't he?
So yeah, he has to be one of the most.
Hey, Sir Goosebumps, and hey, Sleepy Time Queer. Good to see you.
Saying that, you know, he doesn't find the Fable main character attractive, therefore politics are ruining everything.
Well, that's fundamentally what the you bring it on yourself nonsense is about, isn't it, Goosebumps? Yeah, it's literally like they want us to stop being openly queer, openly trans, proudly, you know, if you're black, if you're a person of color, if you're, you know, racialized, like proud of who you are, proud of your skin color. They don't want people being like unapologetically, authentically who they are, because that's their sort of like genocide. Do you know what I mean? They're like, no. You sit back the fuck down. We're in charge. Shut up. You know? In what way does he use Transformers as a slur? Against trans people? Does he actually genuinely do that? That's pathetic. If anything's pathetic, that's pathetic, because Transformers are actually really cool, aren't they? Again, not a fan of Transformers in any way, shape, or form, but they are actually quite cool as a concept, aren't they? First it's a car, then it's a robot with a gun. That's actually really awesome. So not a very effective slur, actually, easily reclaimed, much more easily than some of the others out there. So, you know, there you go.
Wants normal game, normal movie, everyone wants normal things. What does that even mean? Like, what does that even mean? And again, they choose their targets, right? They're choosing Fable because they know they can jump on some sort of misogynistic bandwagon and be like, well, it's the left's fault, right? But you don't hear any backlash against Oppenheimer, for example. Oh, Oppenheimer, the movie, where loads of the main characters who are depicted as good.
That's right,
are
Afral,
all
yeah.
communists. That's not woke in this world. Loads of movies like Dune or Blade Runner, the director will come out and say, yeah, this is anti-capitalist. Not woke. That can't have ideology in politics, because Paul Atreides and Kay from Blade Runner, they're straight dude.
He says it when called out for lusting after a trans woman. So when he was cooming over She-Hulk, or the trans person in She-Hulk, and he was like, oh, she's a fucking transformer. That's really pathetic. That's really pathetic, man. Hey, Rogue Twitching, yeah. I have one question. Can you define normal, please? Yeah, exactly. He's, normal to him is like straight, white, attractive women in my games who do what I say and they're my property. Absurd. From what I'm Googling, RC is a transbian and has a girlfriend called Aileron, supremely based. That's even better. He would hate that. Oh, that's even fucking better. Also, hi, I chickened out before, but I didn't expect to be recognized. Oh, don't be daft. What are you on about? I recognize all my chatters. All my sweet chatters. It's great to see you all. I've missed you all. If you've not been here in a while and, and you're here again, it's great to see you all. It fills my heart with pleasure. So yeah, don't worry at all. I'm just a guy. I'm literally just a guy,
Dudes. So how could that be woke? How could that be political or ideological? That's normal. Nothing political about that. But Starfield having the choice again.
And again, Cav, he wasn't actually mad about that bit in the game. He was actually mad about another bit where there is nothing transgender happening at all.
To be non-binary, loads and loads of politics, ideology, non-stop, ruining my immersion. Completely ruining it. I can never enjoy a product again.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that, Mr. Dank, yeah.
Agree with me. And like Atman showed in that video, he's just like an absolute insane hypocrite as well, because he was telling people like me, oh, how can you boycott it, you sensitive snowflakes, because you don't like J.K. Rowling. Like, man up. But I'm going to go absolutely hysterical.
So, I don't know if this is... I don't know if this is breaking, but it was 4 days ago. Or unless this is something new. Can you get me... A court reporter just X'd it. Can you give me a link, Mr. Dank? Let's get some breaking news in here. Let's get some more content for the TikTok. I'm going to be doing a bunch of editing tonight, chat, after the stream, if you can believe it. Finally. Going to be doing a whole bunch of TikTok, YouTube Shorts content. Got to keep that content machine going. So this is just from the Democracy News website. So let's check this real quick. January 6th, Proud Boys Lieutenant Joe Biggs, who warned of a second civil war, sentenced to 17 years. Is this the same guy?
Two leaders of the far-right Proud Boys have been given lengthy prison sentences for their role in the January 6th insurrection. Joseph Biggs, who was a top lieutenant in the Proud Boys, received a 17-year sentence. Zachary Rehl, the former head of Proud Boys in Philadelphia, got a 15-year sentence. They had been convicted of seditious conspiracy in May. But the sentences are only about half as long as what federal prosecutors had recommended. The U.S. District Court Judge Timothy Kelly did agree to apply a terrorist.
So this is from 4 days ago. But what Mr. Dank has just showed is this is Brandy Buchman. I don't know who that is. Who is this person? Different guy. Writing a book. PB trial. Followed by Unicorn Riot. Law Crime News. Oh, okay, cool. She's a reporter at Courthouse News. Okay. Cool. Brandy Buchman says Henry Enrique Tarrio is sentenced to 22 years in prison and 36 months supervised relief. Yeah, get fucked, bro. Get absolutely fucked. Government requested 33 years with 17 years of supervised probation. Bastard. Yeah, these fuckers. This Henry Tario guy, this Enrique Tario guy, he's like a real piece of shit. I think if we Google him, some stories about him will come up. Enrique Tario, I'm pretty sure he assaulted someone. No, it's just all coming up. It's just all coming up for the January 6th thing. But I'm absolutely certain that this guy, like, assaulted someone. 1,000%. Anyway, there you go. Bit of breaking news for you. Get fucked. Get fucked, Proud Boys. Prison abolition except for the fash. Gulag. That's what you get.
My player character can be non-binary in Starfield as a player choice. But if I want, it can be a straight dude that goes by he, him. Just like me, King of the Neckbeard. So again, absolutely ridiculous, but just a bit of a fun one. Not really too much to say. We all know at this point, grifters, super fragile man babies.
A lot of thuggery in Portland and Southwest Washington. They would turn up to fucking, you know, any kind of demonstration, any kind of left-wing demonstration, and just beat people up. Do you know what I mean? Beat people up, openly carrying firearms to, like, intimidate people and shit like that. Just really nasty fascist bastards.
A bigotry on everyone else. It's just sad that anyone even agrees with this dude. Like, seriously, even if you are conservative, you can ignore this. Just pick he, him, and go on about your day and pretend you never saw that screen. And enjoy or don't enjoy Starfield. And because you're probably so media literate, then completely miss the point of the politics of the game, which I'm sure will actually have left-wing messaging. But anyway.
It's true. It's true. Chat. Everybody go follow Cav. He's a great guy. He is a phenomenal guy. So yeah, there's a link to his video. Please. Oh, that's actually Dead Domain's video. Damn it. I got that wrong. This is Cav's video. The second link that I've just put in the chat. Please. Go show some love to Cav. He's a great guy. Support our lefty content creator friends out there. What time are we on? We're nearly at 4 hours, chat. So listen, I'm going to skip the transphobia in chess thing. I know Samantha Lux is a great content creator anyway. You should absolutely go and show her some love. So I'm going to throw a link to the video if you want to watch it yourself. But we're going to watch it. Oh, that's the wrong one again. Fuck my life. Sorry. There's a link to Samantha Lux's video in the chat. We're going to watch that tomorrow. We'll keep that on the watch later list because we'll not tomorrow because we're going to be doing Trash Bingers. We'll watch it on Thursday. We're gonna keep an eye on the, you know, we'll do a refresher on the trans women and trans men, well, just trans people in general, banned from chess. And we're also going to skip the SciShow thing because I want to get into some permaculture stuff, you know? I want to get into some permaculture stuff because, you know, I'm just kind of that guy. I am actually just kind of that guy. We love plants. Innit? And I don't think there's going to be any content warnings that we could possibly have about this. I don't know. Maybe. I have no idea. Generally, I have no idea. Like, maybe bugs? Careful. There might be bugs. Chat. You heard it here first. There might be bugs in this content. So I'm going to put that as the content warning for this little next segment. So yeah, this is a video from our friend Andrew Millicent. I say our friend. We just like watching his content. Permaculture. That's mushrooms, right? Nice try. Nice try, Romeo. No, permaculture. So monoculture. Okay, let's just do a quick brief of what permaculture is for the chatters who don't know. So monoculture is what we have all over the world right now. Yeah, it's what capitalism loves: overproduction, over-farming of one crop in a massive field. Yeah. So like rows and rows and rows of corn, rows and rows of potatoes, rows and rows of kale, lettuce, etc. Yeah. Permaculture is when you farm stuff with a view to keeping the soil going, because when you have a monoculture, what it does is it fucks up the soil, right? Because there are no other plants or fungus, for that matter, talking about mushrooms is very important, or animals helping that ecosystem maintain itself. So naturally what happens is the soil gets destroyed, it makes less and less nutrition food, nutrient-rich food. And so monoculture sucks, and it's bad, and it's killing the planet, right? However, permaculture is when you set up a farm with a view to keeping it going forever, naturally. Basically just becoming kind of like a guardian of nature, just sort of like cultivating nature itself, like helping nature go to like the optimum efficiency, essentially. Monoculture is also incredibly vulnerable to disease and natural disasters. Yes, difference between a lawn and a wild garden. That's a great example, Nathan. Yeah, that's a great example. So we're going to check out this video from Andrew Millison. He's a great guy. Again, he's kind of leftist. He's very big on like indigenous sovereignty and indigenous rights. Like we've seen him talk about that before. So I would recommend you watch his content. He's done a lot of good content speaking to indigenous farmers in Hawaii. This is about the Pani people in India, the Pani Foundation in India. So very, very based guy, just in general when it comes to... I think he's actually going to do a bit. I think he's actually going to do a bit on monoculture now, just at the start of the video. But anyway, go follow him. He's a good guy. We're going to check him out. We're going to check out this video. That's what's going on. That's what we're up to. That's what we're doing. Yeah. Let's see what he's saying.
We have very solid proof that organic agriculture, at least in the Indian village context, is superior in productivity and profitability to chemical agriculture. The data has shown in village after village after village, in farmer group after farmer group after farmer group, that they actually are more profitable when they are doing organic agriculture correctly, using the best practices known to humans.
Well, we don't care about profitability.
Or eliminate the use of
you watched this earlier, it's good.
Pesticides and herbicides.
Well, here's the thing, chat. This is exactly what I was talking about. Like, chemical fertilizers are so bad for the environment. And what we're talking about, chemical fertilizers, is fertilizers that get their minerals and stuff like that from like chemical synthesis, right? So that might be like, I don't know, just creating this stuff in a lab and then injecting various bits of it into compost or like a medium that you can like transfer into the soil or whatever, but it fucks up the soil because it's not supposed to go like that. The soil is supposed to get those nutrients from dead plant matter and, in fact, dead animal matter and manure, right? That's where all that stuff comes from, in a combination with the weather and all that kind of stuff. Ecosystems are very fragile, and if you fuck with them, they will fuck up. Who'd have thunk it? Oh my God!
To improve the soil health, in prosperous Pani Foundation competition, we made this vermicompost here. Till the 2019, we were using chemicals, fertilizers in our agriculture. When we enter into the Pani Foundation competition, then we got the importance of vermicompost and started using this vermicompost and not the chemical fertilizers. So you can see these worms are here. There's so many worms.
Cheeky little worms.
And it is made by the cow dung and fodder.
And that is a sign of great soil. That is a sign of great soil when you have like animals living in it. You know what I mean? And in fact, the animals will help to produce better soil. Little red wrigglers. There they are. I've handled the weird beads fertilizer before because some spilled and I was immediately told don't let it touch your skin. The shit causes cancer. Right, but we're putting that in our food. Right? Permaculture is short for permanent agriculture. If you only grow one type of plant, it will use a lot of the same type of nutrient. There won't be anything to replace it, etc. If you have a lot of very leafy greens like lettuce, it's going to drain all the nitrogen. Right, exactly.
Which has got wasted.
Welcome to Maharashtra, India. I was here 3 years ago with Dr. Avinash Pol, visiting 2 villages that had done very well in the Pani Foundation's Water Cup competition. And I saw the incredible work that these villages had done to solve their water problems and recharge their groundwater table. The Pani Foundation facilitated the Water Cup competition, which enabled thousands of villages to literally fix their water problems. The work of the Pani Foundation is transforming landscapes, regenerating ecosystems, regenerating water tables at a scale and a speed greater than any other project.
Oh yeah, the Monsanto copyright thing. Yeah, it's really fucked. Yeah, seed copyrights. So intense. So intense.
Pemgiri is
like, can you think of, well, lots of people could think of like more fucked up things, but like in terms of like farming vegetables, can you think of a more fucked up thing than trying to put a copyright on seeds? Seeds, right? Seeds.
Very special place. I feel so blessed that I had the chance to visit Pemgiri.
You didn't make those, you didn't invent them. What is that about?
The welcome that we got at Pemgiri, I don't know if I will ever have another day like that again in my life.
Oh boy, look at that, Shillies.
Dancing shoes on.
Give me your backpack.
Yeah, go for it. This is the time. This is the time, Harper Laptop.
My wife and I were brought onto a bullock cart and paraded through the village with lines of children dancing, old men dancing, women dancing, everybody dressed up. And then they had us come and we danced in the middle of the
Monsanto is like the IRL umbrella corporation? Yeah.
Circle with everybody. And then they had me get on the microphone. They told me what to chant. And then they brought us through their temple, and they had created this rangoli on the floor to welcome us. That was this absolute work of art that showed the story of their village.
That's fucking
and
sick.
They brought us around to honor the various deities. They put the turbans on and the scarf, and then they marched us up. They had children and people come up that had practiced speeches in English, and they gave these speeches in English to just talk their little hearts out to the best of their ability.
Now we are focusing on rainy seasons. For Kharif crops, we would like to make living fertilized soil with organisms in your gardens.
There's also a banyan tree in Pemgiri.
It's so sad, yeah. It's so sad that like colonialism robbed these people of the permaculture that existed in their country for millennia, right? And now they're having to like rely on a white guy to tell them how to do it again. This is sort of like rubbing me the wrong way, you know? But I don't think it's, I don't know. It's really hard to say. It's really, really hard to say. I don't think they're like worshipping him or anything like that. They're just welcoming him like a guest that they would. Like I think this is like a traditional kind of thing. When someone is a guest, it's like, yeah, you welcome them, you put on like a huge thing. It's like a huge event and shit like that. But yeah, it just kind of fucking sucks that it's like, you know, take the fucking history away and then like, oh no, actually like the way that you used to do it was really, really good, you know? I just hope that this guy is saying like, yo, listen, I'm not telling you anything that is like secret knowledge. He says later they're the first foreigners to ever enter to ever visit the village. Is that true? Is that true?
Been mapped as the second largest banyan tree in India. It covers about 1.5 acres, and in the middle of this banyan tree is this temple that is built into the center of the tree, painted and ornate with all these different deities and shrines, and it was an otherworldly experience getting to look through here.
But I'm hoping the content is going to talk. I'm hoping we're going to talk about like the actual rebuilding of the, sounds like philanthropist tourism shit. I know that this guy is not like that. I know that he is not like that, but maybe it's something to do with the Parney Foundation or something like that. Combination of like all three things. I'm just kind of sat here like, is this good? Is it good? I just want to hear about how they fix the soil, man. I just want to hear about how they fix the water, you know?
How old
I
is
want
this
that fucking
village?
hopium.
And Swapnil, the young man who's showing me around, he's like old. What we do know is that this banyan tree was mentioned in some texts 500 years ago. He's like, that's the closest sort of age that we have that we know this village was in existence. But these villages have been in existence in the same places for possibly millennia.
Yeah, for sure.
The unbelievable thing is that we were told that we were the first foreigners to ever visit Pemgiri village.
Cringe.
Even through the times of British colonization, no foreigners ever made it here. And
Okay, that's wild if that's true. That's wild. That's absolutely wild if that's true. However, it is obviously quite obvious that like the colonialism of British rule, forcing Indian farmers to farm in a certain way, and shit like that, that would have extended out to places like this for sure.
welcome we got certainly made it feel like that. And then we got to go around, we got to see the work.
We are here in Pemgiri. This Pemgiri village is covered by so many mountains.
It's beautiful.
And the fort, Shahagad Fort, is situated at
Look
the
at that
middle
temple,
of this
chat. That is
village.
beautiful.
We are on the top of the watershed of this village.
My
Before
God.
the 2019 Otter Cup, this land was very barren land. We have to take tankers for water to drink the water for the animals also, and there were no forest animals also here because no water. When the land was barren here, the rain falls here, the water goes to the river directly.
Yeah, it radiates, right? Yeah.
But we stop that water. We slow down the speed of that water, and we percolated that water into the soil, and it's now going very slowly. We treated this entire watershed on the all mountains we are seeing here. This Pemgiri village is covered by all sides from the mountains. We have structured all the various types of percolating structures from top to bottom, and I'm going to show you the watershed structures which are happened on these mountains.
This is basically exactly the same thing that they did in Hawaii, right? Like the Hawaiian people were like, right, we're going to get the watershed, because watershed just means like where the water comes from in the mountains and shit, right? And we're going to redirect it to like its natural course rather than like what it had been changed to like fill up reservoirs and shit like that or whatever, yeah?
We started this CCTs. CCTs are continuous counter trenches. Those LBS are also here. LBS is the loose boulder structure. Small stones kept in that small valley, so that with the water, the soil also stops there. And water gets percolated in that soil also. After that, gabion structure, so with the big stones, we have made the gabions here. And you can see here the Nala burned. We started the labor work here with the villagers. There were so many thousands of villages were participating in this work. And in just 45 days of work, we recharged our water table. So now...
That's insane, chat. In 45 days, they recharged the water table. What the fuck?
We are very prosperous. We are doing
45 days. That's like how effective nature is when it just has like, you know, room to breathe rather than like absolute drainage, you know?
This is here
That's
because of the
insane.
water.
They're drawing their water from the shallow surface groundwater table. In most of these villages, they either never had bore wells, which are deeper wells that are tapping in through bedrock layers to deeper aquifers, or they have banned bore wells altogether. So what they're doing is they're recharging the water table in these hillsides, coming down and in the foothills and then down the valleys, and the water is coming to the surface in the surface groundwater table. But when you have your agriculture that is fed by deeper bore wells, then the work that you're doing in the immediate surface watershed does not necessarily reflect in the recharge of a deeper bore well.
Thanks for the follow.
So the effects of their water harvesting structures are much more evident and tied in directly to the location within the aquifer that they're getting their water from.
That is fucking nuts.
It's a big advantage to how these
Hey, Muchu Musty,
villages
welcome to the
can
stream.
recharge their water tables so directly. Remember, they're doing the work in 45 days of the water cup competition. That's when they did all of the recharge structures, and then the first monsoon rains after that, they're recharging their water tables, and now here we are. We've seen 3 monsoon seasons since 2019 in most of these villages that I've visited. So 3 seasons of rainfall recharging in all of these structures, and the groundwater table at this point has reached a state of what you'd say permanent abundance. This year
That
was a
fucking
good
rocks.
monsoon year. They
That
had
absolutely
a
rocks.
higher than average rainfall. And what the villagers told me is that 1 year.
What did you cover today? Loads of stuff. Loads of stuff. Check the VOD channel. It'll be up tomorrow.
Through 2 years of drought. That was the amount of water storage that they were creating within their system.
UK stuff,
We have
Tory
planted
stuff,
many saplings on this
anti-SJW
mountain.
stuff.
At least 200 acre of the
pass.
area.
I got
we have
ADHD,
planted
man.
Trees here. When people have their birthday, they come here with their friends and plant the saplings. When there is any ceremony, people comes and plant saplings. By
That's
this
fucking
way,
sick.
this village is growing many trees here. When
God, I love nature, chat. Laptop says, I'm thinking about all the stupid water disputes here. Like, bro, it's a creek. Can we chill? And everyone was so mad at each other all the time, and it was always a legal mess between like 3 different people. It was so dumb, but everyone's panicking to cover their ass. It was a nightmare. Yeah, this is like it's the bastardization of nature, isn't it? Capitalism, like it desperately tries to like have some kind of order in the chaos of nature, but nature is chaos, right? But chaos is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just like unstructured, but structure isn't necessary. Do you know what I mean? It's not a fucking necessary thing, is it? Structure is good in some regard, but when you try and control nature, when you like, you know, imagine like that whole thing that you're talking about, like it's a creek, it's water, it's for everybody, you know?
Foundations training we taken, then we got to understand the science. If we plant the trees, many trees at plateaus of the mountains, and then rain will come. Where there are the trees in the mountains, in the valleys, there is the rain only. Villagers are saying that where there are the many trees, there is too much of the rain coming. So we have to plant many trees so that rain will come. After planting many saplings and trees grown, we have seen many animals here. People walks in the morning from this road. They saw the tiger here. Many times saw various types of birds.
Oh shit!
The chameleon, green chameleon. They are seen on the road.
No fucking way, that
share it.
rocks.
Animals get known that these had been planted by these peoples.
Oh, the animals know that you planted the forest, and so they are respectful of you?
These are the old tanks on the Port Shagad. And this tank filled of waters because of this slanting area here. And the water comes actually from that cities also here, trenches. And it comes from this side. We are regulating people to use that water slowly, using drip irrigations and various systems, using good practices in their fields, so that water will maintain in their wells. 1 acre area here we planted these mulberry plants.
Mulberry!
This is
Oh,
mulberry
yeah, let's
plantation
go.
To feed the silkworms. We only chop them and bring it to for the silkworms.
Well, you don't make mulberry pie?
Understand that people are using up the chemicals and chemicals. But our scientists guided them not only chemical increase your yield, but the prevention things which is very necessary in the farming. So prevention is better than cure. So many farmers adopt that technologies, natural pesticides, farm traps, they use the sticky traps. So they do preventive activities are done in very large scale, and definitely the use of the chemical is reduced. Chemical fertilizers, insecticides, definitely is reduced, which helps to increase the production also.
That fucking rocks. Yeah, because like, isn't there a thing, chat, right, about like insecticides? The only reason that insecticides are so prevalent is because monoculture encourages insects to overbreed because there's like an abundance of food. You know what I mean? It is beautiful, isn't it? It's really, really good. It fucking rocks, this shit. Like there is shit like this happening all over the world, chat, all the time, where people are like realizing that like, oh no, we have to work with nature, not against it. You know? Thoughts on hydroponics? Hydroponics is a technology that works. I don't know. Are you asking me like what I think? Do we think? I don't know. Like in what context? Hydroponics in terms of what exactly? Hydroponics is a technology that uses water to grow food. I don't know. What do you want? What do you want from me?
Stay tuned for the next episode of India's Water Revolution 2023, where we visit another village that participated in the Pani Foundation's...
Yeah, this fucking rocks, chat. This rocks. Anyway, next, we got my boy, and he's going to talk about what I want to hear him talk about, which is lemons, because I'm desperate to grow a lemon tree, chat. 5 reasons why lemons are the best. Like, is it the best way to grow food? No. Absolutely not. No fucking way. Permaculture is the only way we should be growing food. Literally, the only way we should be growing food. You know, like, if you think about it, yeah, hydroponics requires, like, an ungodly amount of energy. Like, an absolutely absurd amount of energy. You need all the lights. You need the heat in order to keep things alive. Like, yeah, it's very good at, like, creating the conditions, the best conditions for, you know, crops to grow in. But there's another thing that does that without using all that energy, and it's called nature. And it doesn't fuck the planet if you just let it do its thing, you know? I was reading about Native American methods recently from before colonialism hit. It's great to see more working alongside nature. Yeah, like indigenous cultures, like, absolutely, you know, knew what permaculture was about. It's only like capitalism and the, you know, unsustainable growth model that forces, well, basically enforced monoculture, which has led to soil nutrient depletion and, you know, various other ills, including an absurd waste of food. Monoculture is strongly associated with colony collapse in honeybees as well. Right, okay, because there's too many plants for them to pollinate. And so that encourages them to, you know, make more and more and more honeybees. And the way that honeybees work is, like, super weird, right? Aquaponics is cool, though. It's absolutely cool. I never said it wasn't cool. It's definitely cool, and it's definitely interesting science. Definitely true. Hydroponics has its place for places and times with limited access to the natural environment. Yeah, for real. For real. Anyway, lemons. It's lemon tree. It's Mark from Self-Sufficient Me. It's our hairy dad Australian version.
Mark from Self-Sufficient Me.
Here he is.
You can grow just about any fruit tree in a pot or a container. But in this video,
Aeroponics.
I'm going to see if I can squeeze out my top 5 reasons
here he is.
why I think lemon trees are the best fruit tree to grow in a container. Let's get into it.
Perfect for me, chat. Absolutely perfect. Surfer Dad.
Now this example here is...
Wait, aquaponics is using fish or crabs. It's a very old technique. Wait, what? So aquaponics is different from... What the fuck is aquaponics? What the fuck? Okay. Every day is a school day, chat. Or maybe I'm wrong. Aquaponics. Aquaponics is a cooperation between plants and fish. Yeah. I know about this. Yes. Very, very, very cool. Touring News says, I manage an organic farm if you ever want a guest to bring on to chat. I don't bring on guests just randomly on my stream unless they are like political activists. And I certainly don't do it with chat members who the first thing they ever say in my chat is that. So apologies, but welcome to the chat. Nice to meet you. When you say you manage an organic farm, what do you mean? You manage it. Like an ecosystem in a jar but outside, a closed loop system using a stock of trout or other fish to clean and filter the water. So that's like kind of permaculture-y, isn't it? If you had that in conjunction with like a bunch of other stuff, that'd be really good. Yeah. That's cool. That's cool as shit. So what about aeroponics? I'm Googling it because Steph is pretty smart. Hey, young black economist, how you doing? Good to see you. Aeroponics is the practice of growing plants in air or mist without the use of any substrates. What the fuck? The plant roots are suspended in the air and are misted or sprayed periodically with a nutrient solution. Oh, that sounds so bad. That sounds so incredibly bad. Oh, it's these things. I've seen these. Yeah, I've seen these getting about. I imagine that these are extremely bad for the environment. Just sort of like seeing it. You know what I mean? Just like the way that it looks, it's like, yeah, so you've got like an automated system, like it's using all the lights and shit like that. Like, oh, dude. Tory News says, I designed the field plan, pull all the weeds, harvest, acquire clients to sell to, pack CSAs, run markets. Also worked on Bernie's campaign in 2020, and I was on the Twitch Spaces for a very long time, left for a while to focus on learning how to run farms and produce produce. Do you know what? That's pretty based. That's pretty fucking based. And in fact, I actually already follow you. So that's quite funny, isn't it? So someone has like shouted you out or something, and I've followed you somewhere in the past. So maybe I'll see you on Twitch sometime. But that's pretty cool. Nice to meet you. But yeah, I imagine that's very bad for the environment.
It's obviously not in a pot. And because citrus grows so well here and we have plenty of room on our property, we don't need to grow lemons in containers, but you might. And that's why I wanted to cover this topic. I love seeing fruit trees growing in containers, especially if they are growing well. I find it fascinating that a fruit tree can not only just survive in a pot, but thrive and produce a decent amount of...
That's fucking crazy. This is why I need to grow lemons, chat. Look at the state of that. Those are tiny, tiny trees in a pot growing little lemons. I'm going to grow lemons and limes. I'm doing it, chat.
For the relatively
Sprite
small footprint it has. This quality opens fruit tree growing to more people than just those of us with plenty of space. And there's nothing sour about the fact that whilst property sizes are generally getting smaller, the interest in growing fruit trees from people all around the world is getting larger.
He's right, he's read me for filth,
compromise between wanting to grow our own organic fruit without taking up too much space? Container growing is how, and a lemon tree should be your first choice. Here's why. Number one, they're easy to grow in ground and in containers.
Trees roots are approximately as wide as a canopy.
This variety here is a bush lemon is because We often find this growing wild around Australia.
Visited Athens a couple of years ago. Lots of orange and olive trees in the streets.
Both good.
Orange. I looked up orange and olive trees because I love both of those fruits and veg. But yeah, unfortunately, it's way too cold in the UK. Lemons are like extremely hardy. They can like survive in temperatures of like 5 degrees. Some of them. So that's kind of why I'm going for them. Limes are less, but you know, I don't imagine I'm gonna like. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if I can have the fucking heating on this year. Anyway, I imagine it won't be that bad. Fingers crossed. It's gonna be a bad winter. I know it is.
In ground.
But I'm gonna give it a go. I'm gonna give it a go. You know.
Hardy, you can just use a standard potting mix. I would use a premium potting mix for sure. If you're going to put any fruit tree in a container, you should be using the best medium you possibly can.
You can do it, Blocky
boy.
boy.
That with lots of water and consistent, regular fertilizer, you could grow a lemon tree pretty successfully in here, and it would still give you quite a bit of fruit. Having said that, behind me is a more appropriate size for a lemon tree. It's about a foot across, 40 centimeters, and I would even go.
So I've got a pot that's big. I've got a pot that big, and I got it like specifically for this reason. I was thinking either potatoes or doing a lemon tree, because I guess I can like do a season of potatoes. Lemon tree's not going to be grown in a fucking year, is it? So I could easily do both.
50, half a meter across is probably even a better size. Obviously, the bigger the container, the better, because the more root system you get, the more fruit it's going to be able to hold, right, and the better value you're going to get out of that potted citrus tree. Now you might be saying, well, the bigger container I go, the harder it is to move around, Mark. Well, you can always put it on rollers, or you can always shimmy it back.
Oh shit, he's got a solution for everything
like that to move your lemon tree in a container around. Personally, if I were to grow a lemon tree in a pot like this, I'd also put a thick mulch around the base of the plant, and I'd add compost at least twice a year, some nice thick rich compost, maybe a bit of decomposed animal manure, nice and rich, some cow manure perhaps. Of course, adding citrus fertilizer with trace elements on
No! Don't do it. Don't use chemical fertilizers. So bad. So bad.
Regular basis.
Do some bokashi. I'm planning on doing bokashi. Chat. Who in chat knows about bokashi? If Zach's still here, he'll be fucking going nuts right now.
Directed will keep your tree nice and healthy, and give it enough energy to produce the fruit that you want. And although I say it's dead set easy to grow them in pots, don't forget to water them, because any tree or plant for that matter that is sitting in a pot will dry out faster than those in the ground or in a normal garden bed. Right. So keep that in mind, regular water, so that it doesn't get too thirsty and stressed out. Number 2 is versatility. Who doesn't use lemons?
It's true.
They are one of the most versatile food crops the world has ever known. They can be used in drinks, food cooking.
Oh my god, yeah, you can make your own limoncello.
Salad, preserving other foods, and even a cleaning product. I mean, one lemon goes a long way.
Oh my god, don't cut towards your hand. What are you fucking doing? Sending me under, dude. What are you doing?
I don't cut my fingers off here, because if I got lemon...
That's why he's got like fucking a bunch of scars all over him, because he doesn't know how to cut. What's going on?
In that cut, it would surely sting, wouldn't it? Now I'll poke my eye out going like this.
Freaking me out.
Check, that's the bush lemon. It's actually quite bitter. Well, I should say tart. But wonderful for dressings and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
One of my favourite ways to have lemon is preserved, like the Moroccan way. We've done that many times before.
These are like... Wait, what?
To have lemon is preserved like...
These are limes, but lemons are done in the same way, okay.
The Moroccan way. We've done that many times before. When you preserve them in their own juice with some salt, they are just magic like that. But there are millions of ways that people in history and now have preserved lemons. And one lemon goes a long way. That's the other thing. This is the Meyer lemon. And you can see it's a little bit tighter. It's quite a bit, well, not quite a bit, it's a little bit sweeter than the bush lemon, and it's a fantastic lemon to grow. Prolific on the tree, grows very easily. They say it's
Prolific
a cross
on the tree.
between an orange and a lemon.
Look at that little frog fella. He's just hanging out.
Certainly
That's cute.
doesn't taste too much like an orange.
In Australia, I bet that's fucking poisonous. I bet if you even like look at that for too long, chat, don't look at it. If you look at that for too long, it'll fucking poison you.
But one of these lemons, you just know how far it can go. You could use one half to flavour subtly a salad or a schnitzel steak, bit of chicken, or make a chili sauce. And you can
Similar
use
method
the
in
other
Iraq.
half to cut into pieces for people to squeeze over battered fish. I mean, is your mouth watering?
Yeah, it is. It is,
Mine
dude.
is.
All right, cool.
Well, I've just been sucking on a lemon, so that's probably why. And
I
talking to you
fucking
about all
love
that
fish
food.
and lemon. It's too
I'm a
good.
sucker for food, as you know.
How am I going to be a
Well,
vegan?
one
chat?
other thing
This
that is
sucks.
related to versatility is how long these fellas will last on the tree. So they're versatile in the fact that you can let them sit ripe on the tree and they will ripen, but they won't fall. So instead of picking all the fruit and have a glut of fruit, you can just pick as you need and let that fruit sit on the tree, and in a way you're naturally preserving it at its absolute best for when you want to select it. And
you can do
use
that
it
with
later
leeks as
on.
well, right?
I would say
we could use that. We
lemons,
could do that
just
with
off
any
the
plant.
cuff,
You could
would
do that
have
with
to
any
be
veg or fruit.
one of the most longest lasting fruits to stay on a tree that there is. Number 3, lemons can be grown in most places around the world.
Sick.
This here is a yuzu. It's very spiky.
Oh shit, look at the spikes on that fucker.
It's actually a Japanese lemon. Well, it's not really technically a lemon, but it is used pretty much like lemons, and it is very close to a lemon. So we really do call it the Japanese
He's
lemon.
got so many
And for
varieties of
all
stuff in his
intents and
garden.
purposes,
Lucky
it's used the
bastard.
same way in Japanese cuisine. The fruit did originate in China, and I wanted to mention this plant to demonstrate that although citrus is considered a warm climate fruit tree, you can still grow some varieties in places that get very cold. This yuzu is known to withstand temperatures below freezing, down to -9 degrees Celsius. Lemon trees in general are the most cold-tolerant variety of citrus.
This is why I want 'em,
Growing them
chat.
in containers, you can
This is why I
exploit
want 'em.
this strength even more due to the portability containers offer. For example, in a cold climate, the lemon tree in a container can be moved around to different spots depending on the time of year, where the sun is, to give it maximum exposure to warmer conditions so it perform at its best. Number 4 is a short one, varieties. There's lots of varieties.
Yeah, super
to choose
hardy
from.
lemons.
I've shown you a couple here.
Cool,
the
innit?
Maya lemon, the yuzu, if you call it a lemon, which I do, and also the bush lemon. You can get a Lisbon, a Eureka, and lots of other. In fact, there's one called Lots of Lemons. I'm not quite sure what variety that is, but you see
Lots of
that
lemons.
regularly at the nurseries in a small pot with often plenty of fruit on it. So all you have to do is a little bit of research, go and seek out what varieties you think you'd like, and whack a few in containers, a couple of different varieties. They don't cost much, especially if you're growing them from a cutting. I wouldn't grow them from seed. I'll put that disclaimer in there because you don't know what you're going to get if you grow a lemon tree from seed. You
Okay.
might get something okay. 9 times out of 10 you probably won't.
Oh,
so I
shit.
hope that answers.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you mean, dude? Go and seek out what varieties you think you'd like.
And whack a few in containers, a couple of different varieties. They don't cost much, especially if you're growing them from a cutting. I wouldn't grow them from seed. I'll put that disclaimer in there because you don't know what you're going to get.
Oh, dude, you gotta be kidding me. How am I gonna get a fucking... How am I gonna get a lemon tree cutting? Where am I gonna get a lemon tree cutting from? This is dog shit, chat. I'm not
If you
doing
grow
this.
a lemon
I'm gonna grow
tree
it from seed anyway. I don't
you might
care.
get something okay. 9 times out of 10 you probably won't. So I hope that answers those questions I normally
So
get
annoying.
down in the comment section about can I just grow these from seed? Yes, you can, but you might be waiting a decade for fruit. You might not exactly get what you want. Your safest bet by far is one grown from a cutting, or I personally prefer the professional ones made from a graft.
Dude, do you think I'm not gonna like spend a decade growing a tree? I'll spend a decade growing a tree. Who does this guy think I am?
And number 5 is they look great.
I'm gonna see how they turn out. Exactly,
Isn't it just
Shafiq.
gorgeous in ground or in a container.
Little
The fact
dickhead.
is,
I'll get started
lemon
early.
trees make excellent feature.
Does the king own all the lemon trees like swans? Not that I know of. Just try 10 seeds since 9 out of 10 are bad. That's what I'm going to do, Zedaz. That's literally what I'm going to do.
Plants. As I said before, the fruit holds on the tree for a long time, and that's good for extended harvests, but it's also highly ornamental. Going to flower is just as spectacular with the beautiful white blooms and sweet fragrance that fills the air, especially in small spaces. All citrus are special for this, and when ours flower in spring, the perfume around the garden is wonderful, and when the petals fall, it looks like snow on the ground, and that's as close to snow as we get here in the subtropics. And finally, whilst it's common for lemons to flower more in spring, varieties like this Meyer lemon behind me will flower all year round in most places.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know anyone
So
with
you
a
can not
fucking
only
lemon tree.
enjoy those flowers and scents for longer, you'll have fruit that's ready to pick at almost any time of the year that you want one. Well, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure you squeeze out that fist and put a nice, juicy, big thumbs up.
Oh my god, dude. Why did you make it so sexual? Why did he do that, chat? Why did he do that? Anyway, that was our boy Self-Sufficient Me. There it was, chat. The Permaculture Hour. Listen, that's all I've got for you tonight. That's all I've got for you tonight. He loves being an Australian, doesn't he? He loves making things sexual. They're like that down there. Degenerates, perverts, all that stuff. Chat, don't forget that Twitch is my full-time job. Please consider subbing off Twitch using the link in the chat. It means that 100% of the money goes to me, your boy, Donkus, Jonkus, Monkus. And it means I can pay my bills, my rent, get food, and have nice things, all that kind of stuff. So please, please, please consider doing that. If we hit £300 before the middle of the month, we'll be having a double feature movie night in the Discord, where we'll be watching Hard Ticket to Hawaii and the Nazi killing epic Sisu. So yeah, just consider that. Also, don't forget, this month I'm going to be doing a Gnome DJ stream. So not tomorrow, but next week on Wednesday, I'll be doing the Gnome DJ stream, playing some drum and bass dressed as a gnome. Very cool, very fun. Isn't that nice? But the incentive for next month, for this month, if we hit £600 before the end of the month, we will be experiencing a tender, loving djmuel acoustic guitar set, where I'm going to learn some songs on the guitar and I'm going to play them. It's going to be nice. So imagine that. I'll be doing some music. Yes, I am in fact actually a DJ and also some kind of a musician. But anyway, that's that. Please consider donating to the stream. But that's all I've got for you. That's it. That's for the end. That is the end. It's for the end. It is the end. I'll be back tomorrow with Trash Bingus. Don't forget it. If you're new here, Trash Bingus is when I play terrible video games, and chat plays a bingo game alongside it, and I give away games to people who win the Bingus competition. So we give away 5 games that are actually good. None of them are the bad ones that we play. So that's that. And that's what's coming tomorrow. So I'll see you tomorrow, basically. In the meantime, if you can't hand 24 hours without me, got all of my socials there. I'm on Blue Sky, I'm on Instagram, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Patreon. I've also got a YouTube channel that does VODs. Yeah. All that stuff. And I'm on TikTok as well. So don't forget, I'm all over that. We are actually going to go and raid someone now. We're going to go and raid the amazing Nicotine. She is playing the pronoun game that we all just saw that guy get really mad at. So we're going to go ahead and raid her. That'll be fun, won't it? For absolutely everybody. That'll be great. So join with us and copy and paste the raid command in the chat and show some love to sweet, amazing Nicotine. Like I say, I'll be back tomorrow with Trash Bingus, but if you're just here for the politics, if you're just here for that kind of stuff, I'll be back doing that stuff on Thursday. So I will see you then. If you're watching this VOD on the VOD channel, please like, comment, subscribe, Make sure you share it, tell your friends, all that stuff. And mwah, I will see you in the next one. Peace, 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 peace. Good night, good night, good night.
One person. It's so overwhelming.